I don't give a fuck. They call me a god. 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 Let's go. They call me a god. 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 Let's go. They call me a god. 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 Let's go. They call me a god. 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 Let's go.
Hey, what's up? No, I went ahead and went live on purpose. I'll DM you and tell you what's going on. Uh, there's a reason for streaming today. I didn't really have a stream planned and didn't really even want to stream today, but I'll tell you. How's everybody doing? Thanks for coming and hanging out with me for a minute while I try to solve life's problems. One second, guys. All right. So, for those of you that are in my Discord mod section, if you go in there, there is there's details of what's going on. But yeah, I figured I would stream, and if anybody wants to come on and hang out, let me know, and I'll send you a link. I'm obviously not going to post it. I'm not going to post it live. I think that would, because I've had some people trying to mess with me. So I got several. Me and Robin both got several emails from a troll that fancies himself a famous troll. He says, and a famous troll and a Satan worshiper, and says that I have it all wrong, and that really God is real, but it's just backwards on who the good guy is. Which, if you've heard my talk about the problem of deception, I already agree with that, kinda. If we're given that gods and the supernatural exist, so whatever. If it wasn't for the attacking the people, my friends, I would actually have a good time with that person getting involved. But whatever. Uh, we're we're going back on tomorrow with the politicality show. It's going to be coming back on regularly. I'd planned on doing it just twice a month, every other Thursday, to work with Robin's work schedule. But I mean, there's so much going on. I may have to do more shows than that. But you know, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We've got so much to talk about, and we'll do 6:30 to a hard stop at 8 o'clock, and we will uh, what's the word? Um, we'll send everybody over to the Transpositions Weekly show at the end of the political show. Uh, Now, if I'm still having the issues that I've been having, I may not forward the stream because I don't want to. I don't want other people to have the same issues I'm having. So we'll see how it goes. Uh, and no, I don't want to cover everything, but I think there's some things I need to cover, and there's some details of things that I think are worth sharing to understand some of the different things better. And I've been keeping up with it. So thanks, Amber, uh, to your DM. But yeah, um, yeah. You can come hang out sometime, Tori, whenever you're free. I know, my stream times aren't really perfect or whatever, but we've got the politicality show tomorrow, and then Kip Davis will be here Sunday. So a couple of really good shows coming up. I think we'll do well, and a lot of good stuff. I've got some specific things I want to talk to Kip about, and of course, we'll take questions from the audience and stuff too. I think, I think I think some of the things I want to ask Kip about the Old Testament specifically, because I want to just hang out and get to know Kip really, but I'm gonna, it'll be softball questions for him, but stuff that I think is interesting and important points, to talk about in the Old Testament, things that don't always get talked about. But Kip's awesome and so knowledgeable, and is a fun person to stream with. So we're gonna hang out and have a good time. The oh, as everybody knows, I have let's see here. Does this work? Yeah. So my partnership with Smoke Cartel, I got my promo codes are up and working. I'll put together, like a thing that shows all that and everything. But there's a link in the description, and if you use the code KY Atheists, you get what's called an elite membership when you check out. It'll cost you $12. It's usually more than that, but $12 and you'll get free shipping for a whole year, and a huge discount on stuff. Some of the stuff is like 75 to 90% off for being in that elite membership. So you get it for $12 for the whole year. It's a really awesome deal. And we've got another code too. Like it's a Father's Day code that's still active, but if you use Dad15 also, it saves you 15% on whatever you buy. But that elite membership, that's what you want to go there. Like you're talking about bongs that are like $50, getting them for $12 and stuff sometimes. I mean, it's incredibly cheap. But yeah, I've been in contact with them. They're going to send me some more stuff too, and we may even do like some sponsored videos. I was talking with um, I got to remember which one it was. Patty from the Apostate Sisters, and we talked about doing some specialty videos that some of their products might come in handy for. So we'll see what happens. I'm talking to them about it. They're really cool, and they're helping me out get everything set up. And people have been going and clicking the link and checking it out. And yeah, if you smoke, it's a cool deal. I know it's not for everybody, but I had offers. I had a couple other offers to do things like this, and there's several affiliate programs you can do just like that. Like without really interacting with the people. You can be an affiliate at places, but I got to talking to them, and the other stuff that I could do, like I had a thing where I could get paid to do an ad for Factor. It's all over YouTube. The food deal where you get the shit you microwave. But I was like, I don't want to like just hawk bullshit to my audience. Like I know, like I don't know those I don't like when I have to watch that kind of stuff. Like it I mean, I'm sure some people like it or whatever, but anyway, I just felt like it was something people could use. I'm rambling. Um, I felt like it was something people could use, and it was cool. And I know that I've talked to a lot of people here, and they smoke, and I got a medical marijuana card in Kentucky, and so it seemed like a good fit. So I thought it was awesome. We originally did it with they own several different, or well, they own a few different websites. Smoke Cartel is the one that owns the others, and I started out with the other one, and then whenever I wanted to get like the promo code for you guys and stuff, they were like, "Hey, join over here and let's set it up on this other one, and we'll do stuff with you." We've talked about even like featuring some of their products on the show, but I can't really use them on the show without problems. But I can show them. So they may even send me some goodies to for free to show. But and if they do, I'll give them away. But yeah, so all that stuff's been going on, and things have the channel's steadily growing and doing what it's supposed to do, and I'm really pleased with everything. I'm sorry I had to be a bummer yesterday, and was that yesterday or the day before? My sleeping schedule's fucked. Um, Whenever I did the last show, where we had a little bit of a serious talk there at first, I I think it was the day before yesterday. But anyway, um, outside of doing that and feeling like that was a necessary thing to do, things have been going really awesome for the channel, and we keep growing, and we've memberships are I think so memberships move a lot because you have people that gift memberships and stuff. So um, the memberships will vary. Like for my channel, I know like other channels do a lot better than me on memberships and stuff. Um, Maybe I need to make some new emojis. That would probably be the thing. Everybody likes emojis, right? Um, the but um, the memberships anyway. They vary up to like I don't know 70, 80 sometimes in a month, but like they there's people who are keep their memberships, and then there's people who get gifted memberships and they run out, and then they get gifted memberships again. If you understand what I'm saying. But like regular memberships, there's like 40 people that stay with the channel that keep their memberships going, and uh, yeah, so that stuff's been that stuff's been going awesome, and I couldn't be happier with the guests and the content we've got coming, and the recorded stuff's been doing good. With me and Jess started doing the Ken Ham show. That's going to be every week. It's just getting started, and the numbers aren't great right now, but I want to continue doing that because again, I'm organizing the Ark Encounter protest this year in Kentucky, and so it's going to kind of plays into that, and it's a good place for us to talk about that and push that as well. Um, Still, we've still been working on speakers and stuff for the Ark Encounter protest, and I've been talking to a few more people and have some more likely ones. We've secured several already, and so I'm looking forward to it. Uh, oh, TM7 just became a member. Thank you, TM7. You're driving again. Let's farm. What's up, Ed? Good to see you, man. I'll have to echo Amber and say, bring what I've learned and focus on do. Try not to do everything. Yeah, yeah. I think that's excellent advice. Um, I like how it highlights the membership on the on screen chat. That's cool. But so yeah, we've been doing a lot of things, and it's been a lot of fun. And I watched Ed over on BS Lewis channel the other night. That was a lot of fun. You guys did good. And of course, I talked to you in your chat the other day, Ed. Your channel's doing really good too. If anybody wants to join or whatever, let me know, and I'll put a link somewhere for you where you can get it. But I don't want to post it in the public chat right now, as you might understand. The Ark Encounter protests. So we have secured all of the materials to do it, and we've got the stage and all the signs and the tents and tables and sound system and a sound engineer guy to run it, and we've got um, we've got everything we need to just go do it. It's a matter of I need to set up a crowdfunding thing, a GoFundMe thing to help pay for speakers and various things like that. But and I think given the amount of time we have, I think that'll do okay. There's a lot of people who have asked to support it. So um, and going forward, I'll be of course ramping up. Talking about that, we'll have a lot of promo stuff and different things on the show. Um, I think Aaron's going to come do a show with me, and we're going to talk about it. And I'm going to have Mark Alsop on again, and we're going to talk about it. I don't know if I'll do that for my Sunday shows. I'm actually thinking I'm going to cancel the Sunday show completely. Well, not cancel it completely. I'm going to move it to Monday. Sunday, there's just there's other people in our community that started streaming at that time, and it's fine. I don't care. Um, you know, but I want to. I want to get people coming through so they can hear stuff like the Ark Encounter and stuff, and I can tell in my analytics that it's hurting my numbers. So I'm not everybody's first choice, which is okay. The It is what it is, but to me it doesn't matter when I do it. Sunday was a day that I picked whenever I very first started doing that show, like a year and a half ago, and I picked Sunday at 2 because there's a lot of people streaming on the weekend and nobody was streaming then. But I'm just gonna move off of the weekend and let other channels do that. I'm not really pressed for time on like when I can and can't stream. Like I can set it for any day and time I want. So if other people are trying to stream then or whatever, like I know a lot of people have a life and I don't really. So I'll just move out of the way and let everybody else do their thing, and they can fight over the 2 o'clock time, and I'll move to Monday. And um, I streamed on I've streamed on Monday a couple times here recently, and I've actually put up better numbers on Monday than I have on Sunday. But then there's also the possibility of I've got stuff set up to where I could probably start streaming at night, and move one of the shows to a later time at night. I even talked about doing a daily show through the week and coming on as soon as Chris went off. Uh, with the daily atheist morning show, or the eight, whatever he calls it now. I considered doing that, but I'm afraid if I do that, I'll just burn out on it real quick. I can set and talk, obviously. I've been doing it for 20 minutes now, but uh, you know, I don't want to. I don't want to just burn out on stuff. Plus, I've got other shows during the week and everything, and so maybe not a good idea. It's something I thought about doing, but I thought it would be cool to have like a whole block of time early in the day like that is sectioned off with atheist content. I I have like topics and other things to talk about and stuff to do. Like I have all that stuff, and you would be surprised at the amount of stuff I start to do and don't. Um, Jess can tell you. I'm very back and forth about things. I'll be like, we should do this. I want to do this, and then I start doing it and I don't. I have a whole folder full of scripts that I've wrote. I even have videos that I've already recorded that I didn't release. Um, I keep wanting to go back and redo some of my older content. Like I've got a video about the resurrection, and and you know it's that I think I have some older videos that were good, and I didn't really have much of an audience at the time, so a lot of people haven't seen those videos. Um, I thought about at first just like going and republishing them and putting the intros and everything in it and just making it like reformatting it so it would come out again, because I think some of those are pretty good videos really, but I had like 500 subscribers at the time, so if a video got 50, 60 views, I thought it was doing pretty good. Which again, I don't really care. That's not the driving factor, but I just think people would like the videos. So, what's everybody doing? Is somebody going to join me, or am I just gonna continue to ramble my way through a Wednesday? My folder started project is pretty large as well. Yeah, yeah, I bet it is. I bet it is, Ed. You cover a lot of stuff. Um, I've got a I know something that I can talk to you guys about. I've had a person reach out to me who is, and this is a complicated thing. They recently became an atheist within like the last year, and let me pull up my chats here, or my messages on my phone, so I can. So this person has suggested that I do. They and they said they want to sponsor videos, and that they'll even like sponsor other channels to talk about the topic that what we do. And they wanted to started out, they wanted me to talk about polytheism in the Bible, because they think that will make people um want to leave Christianity or whatever. And then it turned into like, let's talk about a Bible verse of the month. And then wanted to call it paradigm shift, and do a whole thing where like once a month we get a topic and a part of the Bible, and like I bring it up or whatever and make a video about it, and then he wanted to sponsor other channels to make videos covering that subject. And I think it would be awesome to do that, as far as like getting other people involved, because like whenever I made the video, the 10 stupid things creationists say, and had 8 different people make little clips or whatever, that video, it not only did well, but it was a lot of fun to make, having everybody send their stuff and send their perspective on things. And yeah, that's what I said to Nitty. And he doesn't want to be, he doesn't want to do any of that. He just wants to he thinks that people are going to watch videos about a topic, and that's going to make people just deconvert on the spot. And I told him that's not really how that works. That you don't just change people's mind like that, like we wish we could. But it's more of a, like, you just keep giving information, and eventually they they're no longer convinced that thing's true. So it's I, I really think more, because I told him, I was like, he wanted to do that show, and I said, why don't we do it the other way and talk about like what the process is for a lot of people. um Not, I know it's different for everybody about like how they came to either be Christians or whatever religion and leave it. But there's some things, like as far as the process of the thinking in it, like you think this thing is true, and then become convinced it's not over time. And um, how different people experience that. And I think it would be better to feature like something like that, and not necessarily a deconversion story, but whatever. But yeah, he doesn't want to do a channel. He wants to be part of something, but he doesn't want to do it himself. But he wants to also like be the one directing ideas and stuff. And I'm not really that guy. Like I I do my thing. Well, I hope everything's okay, Commander. It sucks you're having a family crisis. Uh, Nitty, if you want to join, you can. The uh, So I don't really know. Like, he keeps sending me stuff like, "Will you tell Kip this when you have him on?" And I'm like, "Dude, I'm not gonna do that." Like, I'm he asked me to get a hold of Aaron and tell Aaron this and that, and I was like, "Yeah, you're wanting me to take this unproven thing and like go and try to push it on other people and things. They're not gonna like that, and it's not like it's an unproven thing, and it's not really. It's an okay idea. It's not bad. It's just it's I don't think he really understands the thing, and but he doesn't want to talk about that. He wants to talk about what I need to do and what I need to talk about and all that stuff. And he said, I guarantee, he wanted me to start a whole nother channel at first, and said, start a whole nother channel and call it the Paradigm Shift, and I guarantee you get 20,000 subscribers in the first year. And I was like, yeah, I don't know if that's uh hey Kip, I have no contributions to the community, and I want you to answer a complex question. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like, what are you? It's it puts me in a weird spot to do that, right? Like so yeah, I'm definitely not going to do that. And I told him that. He asked me about Matt, and he said, well, can you get a hold of Matt? And I was like, well, I have his email. Like, that's how I got him to come on the show before. And he's like, well, email him and tell him you want to talk about this or that or whatever. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Like, um, that's not really the way. It's not really the way to do things, and solicit people almost is what it feels like. Whenever somebody else is like, I want to, I want you to do this thing, and yeah, most people do answer. Nitty, I've just went and emailed lots of people. I've got emails from of course, Matt and Aaron, and I've talked to Gutsick Gibbon and Forrest and uh, all kinds of people I've gotten emails from because I just sent emails and asked them things and they answered me. Like, um, I met Ember in the chat at the line and was just like, "Hey, tell me how to do things." It was a little more complex than that, but like it's people in the community are really good about answering and giving you a boost if you need it and all that stuff. Matt was when Matt came on. Matt came on specifically just to help me out, and when he came on, he that was my biggest live stream. It got like 6,000 views, and that was like within a couple days it got that many views. And Matt shared it, so um, we had we had lots and lots of people come and watch, and we gave away a shirt, and um, it was fun. But if you leave a comment on my shit, it's weird if I don't respond in 30 minutes. I try to respond to all my comments. Sometimes well, it's I at least like go and like it or something. I don't always say anything on all of them anymore, but I at least acknowledge when people leave me a comment and stuff. Um, I try to anyway. There might be some that I've missed, but I try not to. And if you like ask something or it's directly something you're trying to talk to me about, uh, I I definitely go for that. Yeah, the line chat used to be awesome. Oh, Corky deleted his channel. That's a shame. Kent Hoven's gone. Corky's gone. Oh no, what do we do? The YouTube's becoming a better place. What happens if it becomes a better place? And do we all just does it just end? does what if all the creationists left YouTube? Do I just stop talking about creationism? I probably would, honestly. I'd probably just move on to something else. But um, creationists are the the thing that troubled me the most is why I talk about it. I think talking about creationism is like honestly if okay, so if we're going to talk about like theist topics and atheist activism or whatever, there's a lot of complex and harder topics to talk about than creationism. Creationism's easy. It's like a layup, right? Um the it's it's really easy to answer and there's standard answers and if there's something like you don't know how to talk about with creationists, um uh then like there's sites like Talk Origins that you can go to and read like thoroughly about it and the scientists and stuff that have contributed, and it's a good central location. And then the Bible contradictions page, lyingforjesus.org. Uh, that's a really good place to go and check out things. So he mentioned something about deleting his verification video or something, and YouTube couldn't verify his account. Yeah, big loss. That doesn't make any sense. Um, if creationism goes extinct someday, maybe the Kentucky Ark will go condo. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what they would do with that thing. Uh, so many answers. I had to cut several from the most recent Ray. Yeah, Ray Comfort. uh, You know, that's my video on Ray Comfort. It used to be 10 scientific facts that were in the Bible. Is the one that I made, and apparently he added more and changed the order, and made it again, which doesn't surprise me. But uh, that video actually did pretty good, and that was a fun video to do because he says these vague things like, "Oh, the Bible says, to wash your hands," and God knew that hand cleanliness was going to be better for people or whatever. And there's a few problems with that whole idea even, but it was fun to go look up, the verses he's talking about and what they actually mean and the context, and then say, no, Ray, that's not what he's talking about here. Like, yeah, it says to go wash your hands in the creek, but it also says you got to go sacrifice two doves and do a bunch of other shit too. Like the purpose wasn't to wash your hands to be clean. It was just silly ritual stuff that I guess Jews got bored and made up. Um, it probably comes from, I imagine it comes from some other polytheistic religion before it, um, just because of the whole sacrificing stuff and um, offerings and things. That's got the smell of polytheism mythology crap in it, and so whatever. But I noticed, since Kent Hovind went down, Donnie over is Standing for Truth now. He has a bunch of videos scheduled, but none of them are open mics or Kent Hovind this and that. Like, I don't know for sure, but I think Donnie's probably kind of spooked to have him on because of Emma Thorne making that video. A lot of people. Emma Thorne's got a huge audience, and when you got back to me about what I sent you on Discord, I was sincerely surprised you got back to me, especially as fast as you did. No, I look, I love to interact with you guys. That's the point. It's so to do a YouTube channel, right? To want to sit here and I'm gonna do a video and people are gonna watch me talk about a thing. Um, you have to have somewhat. There's I mean, even though like my thing is like I really care about the activism and stuff, to do that there has to be like some bit of narcissism involved, I think. Like um and I'm not a psychologist. I majored in computer science and then computer science engineering with psychology being my minor thing. But I do not have a degree in psychology, so I'm talking out my ass here. But there has to be like a little bit of narcissism to want to do that. But at the same time, like my goal is to interact and talk with people. So, um, so whenever you give me some issue or you send me something about a thing, like I answer back usually. If Jesus people followed the law and nobody believed Jesus was magic until the resurrection, wouldn't many have been stoned to death before giving birth? Yeah, there's a host of problems with that, right? And uh, also, it's like whenever you look at the Gospels, when Jesus comes, he goes and he goes in the wilderness and he's gone and he comes back and he starts. That's when he starts going around with his ministry or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And um, the thing of it is like most Christians now follow the Book of John, but what that is it means that as soon as Jesus just came and started talking, they just said he's God. Like they believed him immediately. Nobody questions it or not in any meaningful way anyway. What's up, AJ? Good to see you. Um, you can join if you want, AJ. Tell me, I'll give you a link. But he uh he just shows up and immediately because in John things are a bit different, right? That's whenever you get more into the magical supernatural stuff and Jesus is God. In the other gospels, that's not really how the story goes. But and but yeah, we were talking about Hovind, AJ. You wanna come talk to me about Hovind? I know I came hung out in your chat a little bit or on the show yesterday a little bit with you and talked about it, but um Can if you want. Emma Thorne, just has a audience, and to be fair, I mean, it wasn't really her. She wasn't trying to get her audience to do anything. I mean, maybe I'm sure she knew that they would, but she was. You could tell that she was truly like just irritated that Kent Hovind's was back to making those type of whack and atheist videos and stuff. Like he had been around on Genesis Baptist Church, but it was um, yeah, sure. And um, can I send you the link on Discord, AJ? Is that okay? Uh, but everybody knew he had been making videos and stuff, and I didn't even think about the fact that he wasn't supposed to be doing that. And I think as soon as Emma made that public and started talking about it and showed the rules and stuff, everybody went and was like, hell yeah, he ain't supposed to do that, and did something about it. But where are you at? I've got. Let's send it to this one. But yeah, and I posted a thing and tagged uh, Standing for Truth and was like, I forget what it's still up in my community tab, I think, but I said, yeah, Emma, did this, and Standing for Truth should. Okay, I'll send it there, AJ. And Standing for Truth should probably watch out because um, they're promoting Kent, and people are going to be out to get him. And I noticed that he's not really on there. Um, but let's see here. Sorry for me to send the link through Messenger. I hate having to do it this way. Uh, Let me sign in on my phone. What a pain in the ass. Do I not have an easier way to do this and send a messenger from my computer? Sorry guys, just a second. I've got everything screwed up here. I really could share it in chat. I guess it doesn't matter because I can take it back down. Just tell me when you want the link, AJ, and I'll post it in chat, and then I'll delete it. Uh, because for me to send it to you on Messenger, I have to do it from my computer, and because I'm not logged into EVMux on my phone, I've never done anything with my phone on it, and so I got to log in and do it that way on there. But I keep aiming to get whacked for the publicity. Oh yeah, yeah, aiming to get whacked for the publicity. Yeah. Well, eh, I I noticed in Kent's stream that when he was responding to the whole thing, he posted all these other places where you can find him and all of his 20 different social media things that are all Kent Hovind, blah blah blah. So I imagine he'll keep doing it. He'll just be limited to other platforms, I guess, until he gets kicked off there for saying crazy shit. But Kent is hi Stephanie. I mean, I think that I mean the rules are the rules, and Kent violated the rules. So um, I know that's how other people are treated and stuff. And yeah, buying subs, that was the thing. Buying subs from a third party. If you want to buy subs, buy them through YouTube. They allow it. Um, I considered doing that at one point, but I figured, what the hell, it doesn't matter. That the only way, and I know that there's like people that do it, um, people that we know that do it, but and it's fine. I mean, it's a tool through YouTube you can use to promote your channel, and that's a thing, like they don't call it buying subs, of course, but that's what it is, right? But I don't. I think it would complicate things more than help things if I did it that way. So I don't. I know that I've noticed a thing with channels, like when like you keep building, and when you reach a certain point, then it just you've enough people are watching your videos and stuff. Then the YouTube starts promoting them, and um, your channel will like start to take off, especially if you're doing something consistently or whatever. My channel isn't really that kind of place, though. I don't think, like most creators don't do streams like this. Just go on and ramble on about everything under the sun. It's usually a little less a little less ADHD involved. But I you know everybody does things different, I guess, and and that's cool. We all like that about it. But AJ, you tell me when you're ready, and I'll just drop the link in chat. Um, the the number of the number of people in, because there's like this little area of YouTube where there's a lot of creators that make videos, and we network and continue to grow and do our thing or whatever. And it seems like it seems like it seems like you've got like a lot of options of different stuff people do, and that's really cool. Like it's really good. And there's like I made the video, the stream the other day, addressing some problems or whatever, but I mean, it's minor stuff. It's not anything that's such a big deal we can't get it worked out and do things. I know with the political climate and stuff, things have been complicated. Isn't even a good word to use. Things have been disastrous and frightening for many people. So a lot of emotions running high and stuff for people right now, which is normal. Um, I seen that. What's up, AJ?
How's it going? How are you?
Good to see you.
Sorry, I had a frog in my throat. One more night with the frogs.
Yeah. What you been into?
Not much. It feels good to have done a stream on YouTube again. I definitely felt better after I did that stream because I kind of been stressing out over like the longer you go without putting out content, the more it's like it just becomes like this thing that weighs on my mind, you know?
Yeah, you want to get back in that. You're thinking about it, and you want to get back in the routine of doing things, and it becomes like a stressful thing to do it. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, it's like I was gone for most of the month of January, but I did a stream yesterday and it peaked at like 80 something viewers, and there was people trying to join the panel that I couldn't add because there was too many people trying to join, and there was like a bunch of people in the chat too, so it was like a really good response, you know, right when I
Yeah,
came back. And I was saying how my video with Emma Thorne, the Kent Hovind loves Emma Thorne, that video, like in the, like a day, will get more views than like Lupin's channel or the Proverbs guy's channel will get in a week, just from recurring views, because people keep going back to watch that video again and again. Like it's consistently my most viewed video all the time.
yeah. That's I remember whenever you did that video. That's one of the. I watched your stream before that because you had streamed with Aaron. You had done a thing with Aaron real early on, and your channel wasn't that big then. And but that was shortly after it, and I remember that always popping up. Like even after I watched that, it would still show up in my feed to watch it again. And that was a good one. And Emma's awesome, isn't she?
Yeah, she's
She's
incredible.
yeah, she's a treasure to the community for sure. She's does such good stuff, and her uh, I want to say perspective, but her takedown of Kent Hovind is just perfect. She sees right through what Kent is, and tells it like it is, and that's that's fair. And so
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
not just a response to the stupid things Kent says. She addresses Kent for who he is.
well, she brings a different element to it because I feel like there's a gendered aspect to some of these like whackings and like response videos. Because with Kent and someone like me or Karisu, like, you know, there's a certain style of like that content. But with Emma, it's like the fact that she is like this young, like independent British woman that's an atheist that's undercutting Kent's, like she ticks all the boxes. It just makes it so much more like, it pisses him off so much more, just
Yeah,
from those
yeah,
like characteristics. And yeah, she just is good at what she does basically.
yeah, yeah. Kent is so it's like Kent makes all these horrible arguments and stuff, but he has or had, I mean, I guess he still has it, but he has a significant following, and a lot of people repeat the things Kent says and spread it, and it's not a little thing. Like even though Kent's arguments are crap, right? Like he's awful at he's just kind of a smartass, really, is all he is. But he has a huge following, and there's a lot of people that support Kent Hovind, and um, they're able to. I know that community. I know, like in general, creationists are shrinking or whatever, but Kent was picking up a lot of views and a lot of people, and he's an awful person, you know.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
see, he tried to subvert the rules on YouTube, and they got him for it.
Again, like
And
again, like is it's like the second or third time he's doing this. It's like Kent's life is just the same thing on repeat. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
new
I
wife
agree.
comes, eventually she leaves. There's a big scandal. The tech guy comes and he leaves, and there's a big scandal. People steal money, and then there's a new tech guy, and then there's a new wife, and then it's like there's a new channel because it gets deleted. It's always a new. It's always covering up the latest scandal. You know?
Yeah, yeah. DAL is like somebody is always taking all of his money and running off every time, and it's it's been his wife. What this is the like, I, I don't know how. I think he's had 4 wives, but this is like the third time it's happened with DAL that he says so and so left and has control of the money and blah blah blah, and then someone else comes and he's like, now he's like, oh, contact Jessica and give her your money, and it's like,
Yeah.
it's good. It's like you see it happening again. It's just wash, rinse,
Well,
repeat.
I mean, Kent is somebody who apparently is easily fooled
Yeah,
because he believed Chris Jones's story about him being innocent.
yeah,
Uh, and it's like he seems to trust people with very little like it just shows the efficacy of how he finds information to be true. Like, oh, I looked up this quote mine, so this must be rock solid evidence that evolution is a religion and is satanic. I'm gonna spout this for 30 years. It's like, well, no, your research was shit in the first place, and it's a total fallacy what you're even saying because the guy you said this didn't actually say that. You just quote mined him and or just lied. And
yeah, right.
so he believes people based on faulty evidence because he comes to all his conclusions based on shitty evidence. I'm so surprised
Definitely.
he gets fucked over all the time, burned.
Yeah. Kent, I noticed he had talked about like all these different types of evolution before, where there's evolution of the cosmos and chemical evolution, all that bullshit that he goes through, I'd heard that spill from him before, even in his original seminars, but it seemed like here recently he started doing this thing that like he knew he was steadily getting destroyed on the evolution conversation. So he started doing this thing where as soon as somebody asked a hard question, he'd say, "Well, you can't even explain what came before that. You can't even tell me how we got here to begin with. You can't explain that." And it would be like he would always use that whenever things got tough to go back and run from you. Essentially, is what he's doing when he does that. But that's the only
Yeah,
change I've ever seen Kent Hovind make.
yeah, he's quite cowardly in that
Yeah,
way.
yeah,
Professor Dave likened him to a greased up pig, and then I heard another analogy that was like somebody trying to grab a fish while it's underwater and your hands are coated in Vaseline
yeah,
or oil
yeah,
because he's so slippery. He's so quick to just completely abandon. Oh, I had this argument, like this argumentation, like a moment ago, but I'm willing to totally discard that and be like, well, it also might have been like this, and I think it might have happened this way. You can't prove it didn't, and I'm not demanding this bullshit be taught in the schools, even though I am, because I had a DVD called Public School Presentation.
yeah,
I wrote books on how to get creationism taught in public schools and how to skirt the law whilst doing it. Like he's just lying through his teeth, directly.
yeah, yeah, yeah. He's a slimy bastard.
Yeah, he's shameless. He's completely shameless.
Yeah,
Like this is known. This has been known. I mean, he's a '70s huckster. All he needs is like the bell bottoms and like he has like the Hawaiian shirt. He's the guy in Fallout selling Aquapura at the end of Fallout 3.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the huckster.
Uh, yeah. I seen you subscribed, Dade Murphy. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. Uh, I was looking through subscriptions earlier, and I was like, wow, that person has a whole lot of subs and subscribe. That's awesome. I appreciate you
Subscribe.
doing that.
Subscribe for C3PO. Do it for him.
Yeah, I wish I still had my Star Wars action figures from when I was a kid. They're gone though. But
I had some of the really big Ninja Turtles ones that I think would might be worth a lot now, but yeah, same thing. Like they get given away or
yeah, my
broken.
favorite was I had the Batman stuff from the original Michael Keaton series of Batman movies.
The
Um,
AKA the best Batman movie.
yeah, yeah. I had the Batmobile with the like little plastic shield you put over it, and the Joker squirted water out of his flower, and
Yeah, it's the best one. Like, okay, I have a hot take here, but The Dark Knight is full of terrible dialogue.
yeah.
That
Oh god,
movie, cheesy ass dialogue that has
it's
not aged well.
darkest right before the dawn.
It's like, have a nice trip. See you next fall.
Yeah,
and the court scene that's just like so fake.
Yeah.
Like next time, I suggest you buy American. It's a good movie, but like the Batman 1980 is so flawless in my opinion. That,
it it's good because it's Batman. Like that's the thing, right?
well,
Because it's a Batman movie.
have you seen Birdman with
Yes.
Michael Keaton? I mean,
Yeah,
that movie is so good. It just shows how talented Michael Keaton is as an actor, and
definitely.
it's a great movie if you haven't seen it. Real mind fuck.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's an awesome movie. And Michael Keaton's done a ton of awesome movies, you know. The I think though the worst Batman movie has to be Batman and Robin. Uh where Jim Carrey was awesome as the Riddler, but that movie sucked.
He really he wasn't awesome. I mean, he was annoying.
Well, he was Jim Carrey, right?
Tommy Lee Jones hated him. I would say, yeah, it is bad. I recently watched a much better Jim Carrey movie, which is The Truman Show, which I had never seen, and the movie completely blew my mind. And I was like, I should have watched this a long time ago. What a great movie!
I agree. That's one of my favorite movies ever, The Truman Show. It really makes you think about things from a different perspective. It's a good one.
Well, it was prophetic. You know, it came out the same year Big Brother premiered that later that year.
Yeah, you recommended for me to watch the new Dune movie, and
Oh yeah,
I had just
okay.
like I had wanted to watch it anyway just to check it out, but I had just like I don't know, kind of procrastinated about it. And when you brought it up, I was like, yeah, I'll go check that out. And that movie ended up being badass. That's a good movie.
Yeah. Part
Yeah.
two is definitely better, but uh, they're great. The director is great, like Denis Villeneuve. If you like that, you should definitely see Blade Runner 2049. Awesome. Arrival, great movie. Uh, Sicario, great movie. Like Enemy, great movie. Like he just makes like bangers. I've never seen a movie of his I didn't love.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was really good. I watched it twice, I think, when I watched it. I was like Eternal Sunshine of
Now,
the Spotless Mind. That was a good movie.
yeah, now you have to watch the 1984 version of Dune, the David Lynch cut.
I watched that a long time ago.
It's not. It's got its ups and its down. It's got some really good scenes. I would say Aiden loves it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's weird because I Dune is like a kind of sci-fi movie, but for people like I don't know, just because of some of the issues I talk about as far as like atheist stuff on YouTube or whatever, like it had a lot of things that make you think and look at exactly how awful religion is and the things that it can cause, how bad it can go. Uh,
Well, it's rooted itself in our society, so it's so omnipresent. You know what I mean? Like that's why atheists celebrate Christmas and other Christian holidays because we're just so rooted into our culture. Like it's on our money. We don't even think about that because we have no choice but to use the currency system. We're trapped in late stage capitalism, and religion has benefited hand in hand with that. I think, and just look how the Republican Party has used religion to manipulate voters and bullshit people. You know?
yeah, whenever you have these, because like Dune plays it out to the extreme, so it's like you have these super powerful empires, right? And it shows like when people have power like that, and then you throw fanatical religion into it, just how bad that can go. And I think it was. I think it was a really powerful movie because of that. I mean, it was a good movie, on the surface anyway, but I could relate to the ideas that it was putting out there a lot, and I thought that was cool.
Well, what I like about it is that the two families in the start of the first movie, like the Atreides, they're all about like self control. Like the Benny Gesserit can they have such great control over their bodies that Jessica is able to change the gender of her baby before it's born. That's why she has a son.
Yeah.
And of course, she wasn't supposed to do that, so they're pissed off at her. But so you have this one side who is all about discipline and self control, and then on that total opposite end, you have like the Baron, who's so fat he has to have like these like I don't know what they are, these devices attached to him that help him float so he doesn't have to walk. It's basically his mobility scooter
Yeah.
because
Huh.
he's got just so obese, and the Harkonnens are all totally out of control and gluttonous, and they've had total control over like Dune and gotten so rich off the spice. They've basically, you know, lapsed in their judgment, and uh, it's a great story.
Yeah, yeah, no, I agree completely. It's a really good story, and those because you can watch it and see those things, and it's like still an awesome movie or whatever. But whenever you really get to thinking about what they were, the details of why that is the story they told, and what it's really the big idea that it's trying to get to you. When you really sit and think about it, it's a deep movie. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I don't know that. I mean, for sci-fi movies, you usually see like people think of Star Wars or Star Trek, and like Star Trek has this utopian society where everything's great and they're all flying around in spaceships. And I know they went away from that recently, but like
It's post scarcity.
right, and it's good to see a different way to do sci-fi that can also um, have such a powerful story too. Because most sci-fi is just like watch the action on the screen, like just watch this thing that's going on. Of course, there's political things with Star Wars, but it's still done it's still a focus on the action more than the story,
Well, the main theme of
maybe.
Dune is basically ecology, which is like how do people affect the environment that they're in, and how does the environment affect the population in turn, you know? And
Yeah,
that's at the core of the whole movie.
yeah, yeah,
Because the the Fremen, they're battle hardened because they've lived on this planet. It's their native home. The soldiers that the Emperor brings with the Harkonnens are from a prison planet, and they to survive on that prison planet, it's basically like they're the most hardened prisoners slash like best warriors in the galaxy. So they're battle hardened by the environment they're in. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
and yet they lose to these other people because of like home field advantage. And yeah, so it's got such great themes. But yeah, like the idea of like terraforming a planet. I Sandworms, the influence of Dune is so ubiquitous. Like I watched Beetlejuice when I was a kid, and I just thought the sandworms were from Beetlejuice, but it was actually from Dune.
yeah.
And
I always
love
thought
the
Tremors every
cartoon
time I
too.
seen
The
the
Beetlejuice
sandworm.
cartoon is also awesome.
Yeah, no, I agree. I watched that too as a kid.
Yeah,
Uh, the sandworms always put me in the mind of Tremors. Um,
yeah, that too.
yeah, but yeah, I watched the animated Beetlejuice thing, and when I was a kid, I think uh, I think it and like Darkwing Duck came on around the same time or something. I used to watch that stuff, but
So should we talk about some uh, political shit that's going on? Like I have been blissfully ignorant of this shit. I don't pay attention to this stuff.
sure. I'm gonna do my political show starts back tomorrow, but yeah, let's talk about it.
Because what was the big thing today? Trump trying to take away protection from transgender people in the military.
Well, that's one of the things that he's done here recently. He's removing all transgender people from the military, but The latest big scare was he froze all federal um, grants and stuff. So that included like Medicaid and SNAP and everything. All nonprofits that work on federal funding. He froze all that money. But a court's already came in and put a stay on it, and they'll talk about it this week. But it was completely unconstitutional because it's impoundment is what that is, and he's not allowed to do that. But he's done several things so far to attack um, transgender people. He signed a executive order, saying the United States is only going to recognize two genders, male and female, showing that he doesn't understand the topic at all. Um, he did the thing on the military, and then he fired everyone in the government that's any part of DEI programs, and ended all DEI programs. Uh, he he's very much he's making a spectacle of him scapegoating transgender people and uh, immigrants. That way he can he's got like Dr. Phil going out while they arrest immigrants, and they're only doing it in democratic cities right now.
Yeah, they have that here. I've seen it before. The ICE cop vehicles that are basically picking people up. I've seen that type of shit. They've done that in San Antonio. But Trump's passed something called the Lake and Riley Act. Do you know what that is?
um Give me the details, because I
It
just
it,
talked
sa-
about this, but
it says it's a GOP-led bill that to require detention of undocumented migrants charged with certain crimes,
yeah,
which sounds pretty vague.
yeah.
It sounds like just any we can arrest people who immigrate through the border legally. I'm assuming if we want.
Well, yeah. So a couple things. First of all, Lake and Riley's family has asked them to stop using her unfortunate death to promote these
Hmm.
things. But also, Trump he's invoked an old law, the Aliens Act of 1798, real old.
Yeah,
And
I'm sure that's relevant now, right?
you're right. So what that does is it says that our enemies, in order to remove our enemies from the country, we can deport people who are here illegally. And but it also, he doesn't get into talking about the second part of it. He's mentioned it a couple times now, but it also lets them detain anybody who's speaking out against the government. And it's a real serious thing. Trump is all these ideas, though, like with the deporting people and the transgender stuff, and even the entitlement stuff, what they call it. What he's doing, though, is he's he just gave notice that he's going to buy out all these federal employees' jobs, because it's Project 2025. I mean,
Hmm.
they're carrying out. In fact, the part where they stopped all the grant programs, the guy that wrote 2025 is the one that he put in charge of that and did it. But he's getting rid of all these federal employees and replacing them with political loyalists, so that he will have no guardrails to all the crazy stuff he wants to do. And there's people out there saying that, oh, Trump's just doing this to he's it's just a distraction to get you to look over here, and he's not really doing these things. He knows it's not going to work. And I wish everybody would stop doing that, because that's not the case. Trump is doing exactly what he said he's going to do. They are enacting Project 2025 and doing exactly what it said. Um, we, leading up to the election, I did a political show where we talked about this in depth, and we talked about the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 as well, and um, the things that we talked about, and I know I'm not reaching a large number of people, but it's playing out exactly that way, and it's an incredibly stressful, terrifying thing for should be for everyone, but for transgender people especially, and uh, a lot of other people as well. But it's
Well,
our government is going
it
through an
seems like
authoritarian takeover right now.
it just seems to me like a little bit of showboating from Trump. Like, oh, as soon as I get in, I'm gonna like be like a bull in a china shop and pass a lot of stuff that I know is gonna get rescinded by the courts, but it's gonna be for just for the headlines, you know.
Well,
And
I
he's
definitely
just
think we
throwing
have a
everything he can at the wall and see what gets through.
yeah. So when presidents take office, they always sign a bunch of executive orders undoing old
True.
president stuff and doing new stuff and all that. And
And on the
I
last day of
definitely
their president, they rescind a bunch.
yeah,
But
yeah. I think Trump is definitely trying to stir up his base at the same time. I think you're right about that. But uh, the he but he also intends to do these things. Um,
right.
they were confirming RFK for the head of uh, what is it, HHS. Um, and I mean he's he's gonna be the head. He's gonna be controlling the department that controls the CDC and
He
all these other medical programs.
he doesn't even
And
know the difference between Medicare and Medicaid. He like fucked it up.
it's hard to tell, man. Um, he
Like
was an environmental person forever, but he's an anti-vaxxer. I mean, like,
Trump picks the worst people possible. Like
oh
the
sure,
absolute worst. Like the last guy barely missed because he got caught, paying for sex with a 17-year-old, and he was going to be like the Secretary of State.
yeah, Pete Hegseth.
I don't. I don't know.
The unexperienced guy he put in the Pentagon from Fox News.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't. I don't remember the name, but I know that Trump definitely would have appointed him if they didn't have a scandal that even the Republicans couldn't like cover up. Because most of the time they'll run a candidate who's like an open pervert. It's like, yeah, go vote for Roy Moore. We're gonna run him anyway, you know.
you're talking about Secretary of State. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about a different
That was
guy.
Secretary of Defense.
Yeah,
Yeah, he tried to run. He just tried to do so many crazy things.
yeah.
Matt Gaetz as Attorney General.
Attorney
Uh,
General. You're right.
yeah. Um, the But I mean, he ended up the Pam Bondi that he put in place as the Attorney General was involved in several scams with Trump. Like they openly just committed fraud. Like Trump was getting in trouble for his Trump University stuff all over the place, and he lives in Florida. He was going to be charged in Florida for doing it, and he made a big donation to Pam Bondi and the Republican AG's office down there, and they didn't. They ended up not charging him, and it was like a big, huge donation he made,
You know,
and it
I I, I feel like uh, in this country they have uh, the bankers on Wall Street stealing from the American people with the housing crisis and never going to jail for it. And then you have the president who's just a total corrupt fraud, committing open fraud. And then who's the most popular celebrity right now? Logan Paul. He openly commits these scams for cryptocurrency and for like gets away with it and scamming people out of like millions of dollars. It's like, what does our society come to? It's just okay to steal money now.
Yeah.
What example are we setting for like?
Well, Trump
uh,
openly joked about the rug pull that he did with the meme coin. He openly joked about it in a press conference. Like, um, they just don't give a shit. They're going to, and Trump's base doesn't give a shit how much he screws them. As long as he's hating all the people they want him to hate, he gets away with it. And Tilting Windmills mentioning oligarchy.
yeah, because uh, as long as you have a lot of money, you can basically become president now. You know?
Yeah, it, it it's it's scary that we have people like Elon Musk essentially bought Trump the presidency, and it's clear that Trump owes him. I mean, they gave him an
Oh, he
executive
owes a
office.
lot of favors to a lot of people.
Yeah, 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 exactly. And Trump has no he has no morals. He is a fascist
Opportunists.
authoritarian person, and so it's hard to tell how far down the road he sold out the American people to buy an election. Um, and more of that will come to light. I mean, we know in the 900 pages of Project 2025 what a lot of the plan is, but he he when he I mean it's just very much an authoritarian takeover of the government.
It
And
definitely is.
he's already joked around about he's running for a third term, and
Of course.
everybody's like, oh, he's just joking around about that. He said he can't do it and everything. They're going to push for him to be able to run for a third term,
Yeah.
and since Americans voted these people into office, they're going to do it legally. I mean, it's going it's they'll make it legal to do it, or they'll do it illegally. They do that too a lot, but unfortunately, because we have elected a bunch of fascist people into office, they now have the power to do all these things legally under the Constitution.
Yeah.
And
That's
yeah.
the thing. It's so bad with Trump being in office because even when he's not doing anything directly, I feel like there's just an eroding of the sanctity and seriousness of our institutions having this clown as president again. You know, it just makes everything seem like a big joke.
Oh,
And it's like,
sure.
can you come back from that? You know, like as a country, or it's like does is the only thing that matters now just how much money you have, and it's just okay to fuck over everybody because like we're in post capitalism, so fuck it. You know, everybody else is stealing. Why not steal from a few billionaires, right?
Yeah.
That's the message that is being sent by the leaders of our society to the children. Won't somebody please think of the children?
Yeah. Um, I mean, we have Mexico, Canada, Denmark. Uh, all these countries are openly just laughing at us now and making fun of the stupid things that Trump's doing. He made a lot of promises of things that he was going to do. He said before he even took office that the war in Ukraine would be over, and now he says, well, it's up to Putin whenever that ends. He just said, let Russia do what they want, essentially, and he promised these things to do with prices and stuff, and prices are going sky high because of his actions. The stock market is crashing currently
Yeah, the
because of his
inflation has
actions.
been bullshit. This inflation is fucked
Yeah,
up.
and that's
It's
that.
on Biden too, though.
Oh, sure it is. Sure, there was, you know, there wasn't a pretty way that we were going to come out of a worldwide pandemic. And the United States fared better than a lot of other countries. But, the fact of it is people made, the parties in power pay for inflation and all the trouble that came from that. And Unfortunately, it was the perfect opportunity for, a fascist or authoritarian regime to take over in our country, and
But
that's what
the,
we let happen.
this uh, those people that are fans of Trump, they're so horrified of the idea of anybody being associated with communism or socialism. They meme on it. But is it any surprise that when people are like, working more than one job to like pay their rent, and they're seeing billionaires and tax cheats on Wall Street get off scot free, and CEOs get fired with huge bonuses, and
Yeah.
feel like, why wouldn't socialism be more attractive? Why wouldn't I want to say no? Let's ditch this current economic system that if it's either failed. Not saying this other one is better, but maybe you should try something else. Is it any surprise that young people are more and more enticed by this sort of political leaning? I
Oh
don't think so.
yeah, yeah. It's that they've played a lot into that too. There's been but the funny thing is like, Trump openly admits now that he's elected, he doesn't care. He's like, I ran on groceries. I just told people I was going to make things cheaper. I didn't really plan on doing that. It's he, but yeah, they done a lot of things to target a lot of different groups of people, and a combination of things. I think that Trump definitely, like, the main point that got Trump elected was, one, just telling people he was going to save them money and they believed it. But there was also the scapegoating of immigrants and marginalized communities.
I,
Like,
I'm gonna I'm gonna disagree with Robin in the comments because I think that Trump is able to affect the prices when he wants to have all these extra tariffs on imports from other countries like Canada and Mexico. That's going to make goods more expensive at the consumer level. So that's basically inflation. Trump definitely has tried to do that, or
yeah,
has promised to do that.
yeah, it's so I agree with what you're saying. The president doesn't directly, like, adjust inflation or whatever. It's not like up to the president, but
No,
the actions the president takes that affects our community very much affects inflation, I think. So it's like, yes, that's true in a way, but they're powerful enough they can.
yeah, they've certainly got some influence on it. Maybe not, you know, a lot, but certainly they can do things in the small term that have, big effects,
Yeah, yeah,
like Reagan's trickle down economics.
yeah. The I mean, we had a lot of problems with supply, and other countries were having their economic problems and everything as we came out of the pandemic, and everybody was trying to recover, and there were a lot of things that didn't go well, that I'm not really sure anyone could have, made it all work out perfectly. It There was going to be a consequences to what happened. I mean, it's just, that's what was going to happen. In the United States, I mean, Biden actually handled it better, um, what we were experiencing, than any other country around the world. We we had less inflation than just about anywhere else, and it's but it was going to happen, and Biden did his best to fight against it, and had numbers coming down, but once prices had went up, they were up,
How do we
so
really know how much control the president has over this or that anyway? Like, do we really even know? Like, how do we know that, like, the conspiracies, like, about JFK? Trump didn't want to release any of the JFK files that the public wanted him to release. He's refused. And we should be able to see those, but he's
yeah.
hiding.
I think in some of Trump's actions were, he's and that's one of the things I think's going on here, is he's pushing the limits of what he can and can't actually affect from office, and he's gonna, but that's the authoritarian takeover part of it. We're gonna push against the wall, and whenever they say you can't do these things, we have power. We're gonna make it to where we can do these things. I mean, it's uh, no matter like I mean, we have this tech oligarchy going on, and there's I don't think it's going to be, quite the same as other authoritarian takeovers, but we see a lot of the same things happening, right? Like people get mad whenever you compare Trump to Hitler or whatever, but I mean, he literally went out quoting the guy and is doing the same things that he did. I mean, the exact same things are happening. That you're scapegoating an immigrant community, and then whenever it comes time, you're going to go. You're making a public scene out of going and rounding these people up, and you're replacing everybody in the government with loyalists. My question has always been, what happens when Trump rounds these people up and then they realize it's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars to ship 20 million people with the number he gives? That's not right, but it's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars to deport all these people. They're not going to want to do it then, but they're going to want to detain them and get them out of the country. What do they do with those people then? Because whenever these events happened back in the 30s, we know what they did. We know what Germany did with the people that they put in camps. Um, and that's, to me, I think that's really the scariest part of all of it. Um, because we're repeating history in every other way. I hope it doesn't come to that, but there, so just the Holman guy that he appointed to immigration, the border czar guy, already is saying, well, he had asked for over $100 billion to uh, he had asked for that for funding, but now it's going to be $86 billion is what they're going to try and put in the budget for that, and it's like they're not gonna want to spend that money to do that. Um, and Trump is talking about prisons in other countries, sending them to an El Salvador prison that has like all these huge human rights issues and stuff, and they treat people awful. And it's just detaining people in these big camps. And what do you do with them when you do that? And you don't want to pay to ship them to where they're supposed to where you think they're supposed to go. You Other countries aren't going to let you just bring uh, a million people and drop them off in their country. Like you
Send him to Guantanamo Bay.
right. Well, yeah, it's going to be that multiplied all over the place, though. Is that I bet they do use Guantanamo Bay for this, but how do you whenever Trump goes and he tells this to his people, to his base, it's, oh, we're gonna get rid of crime by getting these people off the street and stop fentanyl, and we're gonna fix all these things, and we're gonna deport all these people, and they hear that and it sounds good on the surface, but whenever it comes into practice to actually doing that, you're talking about having a whole government bureaucracy that is going to have to figure out who people are, where they came from, work with the other countries to send them back to those places, and then arrange transportation to do that all over the world. And it's just not a feasible task. So what do they do with those people at that point? Because we know that they've scapegoated and hated those people. His base will freak if he just turns them back loose. So we can't put them in another country. Hell, that'll start a war. Um, it's a complicated, scary thing, and it's kind of confusing as to where it's going, but it doesn't look pretty.
What do you think? How are the odds of him getting impeached? Do you think?
Oh, not even possible.
Really?
Uh, in 2 years, so we'll have midterm elections in a couple years, and Republicans will lose big time in that. I think this is all my opinion.
I don't see any
Um,
reason to think that.
right now, people a lot of Trump's base is pissed off and angry at Trump, and they're angry at Republicans because they broke all those promises and lied, and it's not how they pictured it. Things aren't the same, and prices are going up, not down. So I think that it'll change, but by that point, Trump has put all these loyalists and all these people over. There may not even be a midterm election. Like, um, it, he's he is literally trying to just take over the government right now. I mean, that's what he. I mean, he's not trying. He is. That's he's. So he fired all the inspectors generals that you know the watchdogs that make sure these departments are doing things right, and he appointed unqualified loyalists into key positions so that whenever he does this, there's nobody there to control it or stop it or call it out or be a whistleblower. There's nobody to do it. And all the federal employees in all these different places, I mean, we're talking like tens of thousands of people, um, possibly. So uh, he's already started firing huge batches of people, and he just told a ton of federal employees that he wanted to buy out their jobs, and he's going to take their jobs and give them to people that Project 2025 signed up. This is the Schedule F. This is all part of the plan. It's exactly what he said he would do.
Well,
Um,
whenever this happens, whenever any group of people is like, I feel like it's just never a good thing if you have to use a phrase, we're going to round up these people. Like, it, it's just like, you shouldn't, when you say, I'm not racist, but it's like, just don't finish that sentence, you know?
yeah, no doubt. Yeah, you
Uh,
done fucked up.
but whenever this type of thing happens, the subset of the people being hunted that are always going to be the most at risk are always going to be gender and sexual minorities and people who are differently able, the disabled, the elderly, and women. And uh, if you are one of those people, I suggest you properly arm yourself while you still can to defend yourself in case shit goes down. It's my
Yeah.
advice. I think LGBT people and I encourage leftists to consider, uh, protecting yourself because you never know with these fucking because they've certainly got the guns already. They've already got them. The red states, the Republicans, those people they're decked out. So you might want to just think about it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Uh, oh, I know, Nitty, but that's just what they're calling it. Uh, but that's what they had called it in the media. That's why I referred to it as about the. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that we're just in dangerous territory to where it's that may be a necessary thing. I don't disagree with that. I agree with people being ready to protect themselves at all times anyway. But the the things in Project 2025 though are just, I mean, horrendous, and
Well,
it's
it's been their game plan for years. They're just
oh right, it's they've been doing this for 20 plus years now. They've been putting this in well, actually for like 40 years now, if you go into the Roe v. Wade and all that, like why
I
they're
just have to
doing all this.
wonder, I just have to wonder, like, is there not a subset of people who voted for Trump and who were later like, oh, well, this is fucked up, because they couldn't get, like, their benefits or whatever? Was there a lot of regret with voting for Trump? I hope there was, because there should be.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of that going on right now. There's it's been a huge thing in the political circles, I guess, that a lot of people that voted for Trump are now coming out and saying they wish they hadn't, and they regret and they didn't know this and that and all this other stuff. And it's like, still though, like the things that Trump was saying out loud that you did agree to do, like yeah, you quit trying to run and be accountable, because you helped to vote in a fascist that planned to do these things. It's not like Trump was quiet about what he planned to do. But
Oh, of
yeah,
course
there
not.
are a lot of people coming out saying they wish they hadn't have voted for him and stuff.
Well, the way I see it, and I'm probably going to hop off here in a second, but I'll sum up how I feel. Basically, uh, the Republicans, the right, they're more powerful than ever. Like they've got the, the full Monty. They got all three.
Yeah.
And the Democratic Party, the liberal Democrats, are completely fucking worthless. They can't do anything. They can't campaign for shit. They're so beyond inept and behind like their voter base. It's embarrassing, and they're worthless. So we need to abandon them and just, like, I don't know, start over with somebody else, because these old milk toast white people are just not fucking doing it. And I hate to say it, but people don't want to vote for a woman president. They just don't. I'm sorry. It's the truth. Americans, I just think they don't want to vote for a woman president. I,
I think you're right. I think that was a huge part of um, you know, there was a lot of misogyny and stuff at play towards Kamala Harris and voting
of
for a
course,
woman.
there was a shit ton, and Hillary
Yeah.
too. But the Republicans took advantage of that, and I feel like, I hate to use a phrase like identity politics, but was nominating a woman both times influenced by this sort of, I don't, trying to appeal to that sentiment. You know what I mean?
Oh no, they've said out loud that's what they want to do.
I just, yeah, I think it's one reason it's cost them 2 elections now, and just I'm at a
And
loss.
I don't have any, and I don't have a problem with them saying that's what they want to do, but you can't ignore the misogyny that's going on and act like that's going to just work the way you want it to, like especially the things that went on within the Trump election. Like Trump spent millions of dollars putting all this anti-woke and anti-LGBTQ stuff out and making
Hmm.
it out like Democrats were running on this issue when nobody was really talking about that. That wasn't even a thing. He had to scapegoat those people and make a boogeyman for people to fear, so that then he could take people's fear and turn it into anger. And it's yeah, but it's just like the craziest thing to see it actually happening, I guess. It's you're in shock. And we quit making the political show for a while because of all this, like because everybody needed to just step back and breathe for a minute and assess the situation. And
Well, I
yeah.
think there's going to have to be some sort of grassroots campaign to popularize and eventually nominate a young, more radical politician, because though they've been the popular by far with Bernie Sanders and Trump, who are total political radicals compared to what came before them. How the
Sure.
political system was before them is way different. You know.
Yeah,
Um,
they wanted actual change, instead of playing this centrist game with
Even change
Republicans.
was totally reckless. It was still change. It was going to be change, which
Yeah.
Obama promised and I think failed to deliver on.
It, yeah, to some extent.
I'm not a big fan of Obama.
Well, I can understand that, and there's a difference though in so when we talk about like presidents like Obama and Hillary running and things like that, there's a difference in these people having political differences and not agreeing on policy and how to do things and what like tax cuts and corporations and foreign aid and all that. Like there's people that disagree on those things, and somebody may go in office and do things that you either like or don't or whatever, but turn out not working right, or it works out great. Being not not agreeing with someone's policies and stuff is a totally different thing from, like directly attacking people with bigotry and racism and a hostile takeover of the government. Like there was it, who ran against Obama the last time?
Mitt Romney.
Right. So Mitt Romney and Obama disagreed on a lot of things, and they argued back and forth. And of course, Republicans put the trickle down economics in some other form. That's what they always want to do. But that's a totally different thing than having Americans get stirred up and vote for a fascist.
Right.
That is just openly quoting Hitler and being a fascist, like
Yeah.
and then they act like you're missing the point whenever you call him a fascist and stuff. And
Or
it's like,
if you call somebody a Nazi and it's like, well, you're just being a Nazi. I mean, I don't know what else to call it. You know,
yeah,
when you're when you're like making jokes about Jewish people and doing the salute, like you're just a Nazi. Sorry, but I
yeah,
appreciate
no,
you
that's
having me on.
crazy.
I'm
Oh
gonna,
yeah,
I'm gonna,
yeah.
but this,
Thanks for coming, AJ. I
yeah,
love talking to you.
yeah. I'm sure we'll have our paths cross again. But
Oh yeah, for sure.
alrighty.
All right, later, man. So that was a really good conversation. About some of the stuff going on, and uh, I'll take a few minutes here if anybody else wants to come in and talk about this or anything else. I'll give a few more minutes, and if you want to, let me know, and I'll give you a link, and we'll talk. If not though, I'll probably wrap it up here in the next few minutes. I didn't really intend to have a stream talking about this anyway, but I'm glad AJ came and talked. PC just posted a link to his channel in the chat there. I think most of you all know AJ and are probably already subscribed, but if you're not, go subscribe to his channel. AJ's awesome, a good friend, and has helped me tremendously doing this. I'm very thankful for the things AJ has done to help me out, and help me fix things on my channel and be better at doing this. So AJ was actually an influence to me wanting to start a channel. So really awesome to get to sit and talk about stuff with him. So all those things we talked about, though, me and Robin will be on to talk about those things and more in the return of the Politicality show tomorrow at 6:30. We'll air from 6:30 till 8 o'clock. We'll stop at 8 o'clock and we'll send everybody over to the Transpositions Weekly show that comes on at 8 p.m. on the Transpositions channel. So a big evening scheduled for that. A lot of good stuff to talk about, and I. I said this a number of times the other day, and I know people are having, um, Deviant. If you want to join, you certainly can. I'll post a link for you real quick, and you can join if you want. Um, I'll just post the link, and I'll take it back out as soon as you join. But the I know a lot of people are upset, and this stuff is scary, and it's not pleasant, and it's been a hard road getting here with all the threats to the LGBTQ community and all the harmful fascist things that our government has planned for us in Project 2025. But we got to hold it together, and we got to stay together, and we got to work together, and so hang in there, and we'll try to support each other the best we can, and do what we can to see where it goes. I mean, you push people into a corner long enough, and you take everything from someone, and they have nothing to lose, and you push them into a corner. Eventually, something has to give, and it's unfortunate that we're in that position, but it seems to be the case. All right, Deviant Outcast coming in hot. What's up?
What's up?
Hey, good to talk to you again. I bet Jess is somewhere jumping out of her seat right now to see you on.
Mm-hmm. She should be here. Why isn't
Yeah,
she?
there's a good possibility she'll jump in here if she sees you on.
Uh-huh.
But how are you doing?
Uh yeah, I'm basically doing good. It doesn't really sound like it because I'm hesitating. And that has in part to do with the orange minutes. It also has in part to do with the fact that I'm gonna yes.
I knew it. I knew it.
I am in the process of moving from where I used to live to uh, live here with Soot. It's like 1,000 kilometers away, and we're trying to fix everything with finding a truck and renting a truck, and so I'm kind of stressed out uh, by all of that. I just want to get it done and be moved in here.
I understand. Moving is one of the things that I hate most in
Mm.
life.
Mm.
Um, being the life that I lived and things, I moved around a lot. I would get
Yeah.
kicked out of apartments and houses all over the place and have to move. And uh, packing up everything and moving is one of the most stressful things to do. It's
Hmm.
horrible. So I feel for you there. Um,
Yeah. No, it's even now, even though I really want to, I look forward to be here. I miss all of my things, my books, my miniatures, and all of that. And I just want to stay here. I don't want to go home and stay alone in my apartment. And nonetheless, the mere thought of packing and driving and you
yeah,
know it's just it's like ice in the stomach. Not ice like, oh, I'm cool, but a stressful ice. You can say it's like the cooling rods they use in Chernobyl. That's the
yeah,
feel.
yeah. I understand. I that's sorry to hear that. Uh, I know, I know that's no fun. I hope you get it done. I know that's what you said. You want to just get it done. I hope you do. Um,
Yeah.
and Atheist Junior said thanks in the chat. Thank you for
Mm.
coming on, AJ. I appreciate it. That was a good talk. Um,
AJ is always. It's nice to see have him back after his little hiatus, even though it was a
sure.
well-deserved hiatus.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
still,
Yeah. So when Emma Thorne released the video about Hovland, I messaged AJ on we talk on Facebook Messenger, often, not all the time. Me and AJ have talked a lot. We've had some great conversations on the phone, and I've been on his channel, and he's been here, and um, uh, we've had some great talks and stuff. But I messaged him, and I was like, Emma Thorne just dropped your name and promoting your channel over there, and he didn't answer back uh, immediately, and I was like, "Oh no, what happened?" Because he's usually real quick. He answers me back usually generally quick.
yeah,
I knew he'd been away from streaming for a minute and stuff, but sometimes that's cool too. Sometimes you know because of the way I approach things, I uh, I get emotionally involved in a lot of different things that I talk about on here,
yeah.
and sometimes I'll stream less in some weeks than others because I have to step back and decompress a little bit and quit internalizing everything so much, so I can uh, not that I shouldn't feel things about it, but sometimes it's better to
Mm.
be able to think clearly about the situation rather than act on emotion or you know what I mean, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You
So
you you need to you need the time to, as you said, compress and uh, contemplate the meaning behind it, and give yourself the chance to, because it's when you're in the middle of something that is very emotionally engaging, be it good or bad, you don't really stop and feel, how is this affecting me in the long run? You have to take a couple of steps back, calm down, get some a bit sorted out, and then you can like look at it from a more rational
yeah,
perspective. So yeah, I get it.
yeah.
Absolutely. And
Um,
it's very, I mean, these times are very, very emotional for a lot of people. And we're not talking like emotional in the way that the
like there's a
European
serious threat to
School
people,
content.
right?
Yeah,
um,
exactly.
yeah, it's not just I'm upset about this. I had a bad day. There's a real serious, credible threat going on to lots of people and lots of our friends, even,
Yeah.
and it's it's a thing that you try to you want to be able to think clearly and talk about it in a coherent way and not sometimes it feels like the only thing to do is just throw your hands up in the air and be upset or go cry about it, like,
Yeah.
but you have to step back and think and for me, I find it really important to talk about this kind of stuff. I think it's directly related to religion and that there's other things at play. I mean, when you got a fascist regime trying
Of
to do
course.
a hostile takeover, but I find it relates closely to a lot of that stuff, and so I think that it's necessary that we talk about it. And
Well, I mean,
so,
of course, the religion is and has always been a great means for control. And as we know, people who are totalitarian, um, be they fascist or communist or something in between or whatever, they're going to use whatever means they can to reach their goals. And there is great power for control in religion. And it's very difficult once people have been. I said this on another stream a couple of days ago. I kind of wish I didn't, because it did not fall in good ground, or on good ground. I don't really know. That's not the right expression. Never mind. People didn't take it well. The comment was, if the American people in general, the general American, knew and understood how much Russia is involved in and influencing people in the US and the politic and uh, the on the lower levels, they would be horrified, absolutely horrified. Just to think, I mean, so how old am I? I'm 46. I was alive and politically, uh, at least started to be politically aware way before the fall of the Soviet Union.
sure,
Sure, I was young, but
that
still,
was what, like 1989,
yeah,
85.
yeah.
I forget.
86 was uh, the Chernobyl accident, and
Right.
that basically started the getting the ball rolling to
Yeah.
start to open up uh, the Soviet bloc.
Mm.
And
Real-
then in 89, the Berlin Wall was taken down, and then in
hey,
1990, Soviet Union fell.
yeah, yeah. Um, Real quick, shout out to Chris over at the Damn Network saying hi to everybody. What's up, Chris? Good show
Hi,
this
Chris.
morning. Thanks for coming and saying hi.
The Daily Atheist.
Yeah, yeah. Uh,
No, because I wrote in the chat here if talking about Ukraine
yeah.
and the Orange Menace.
Well, I mean, the immediate thing is Trump took office, and even the funds that Biden had already appropriated to send to Ukraine are frozen and not going there now.
Yep.
Um, and his promise on to have he said actually he would end the war as soon as he was elected before he even took office, but then he also said on day one, that would end, they wouldn't do that or whatever. And now when asked about it, Trump said, well, that's up to Russia. I think he said, I think Ukraine probably wants to talk about some kind of deal, but Russia doesn't, so it's up to them. And he's he's trying to give Putin the go ahead to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and
Um,
so that's the thing. He says he wants to end the war, and everyone is like, "Oh yeah, great," but he never says
how it will end.
how it will end
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
And we all know that Trump doesn't give a fuck about Ukraine. He doesn't care about them being a sovereign nation. He doesn't care about what signals it's going to send to Putin if he
yeah.
takes Ukraine.
The only countries that, I mean, if we get deep into the financials of what happened during and since Trump was in the presidency before, the only countries that Trump is concerned with right now are some Arab countries, the Arab Emirates, and these countries that are giving his family billions of dollars right now.
Yeah,
So Trump doesn't care about Ukraine. He cares about pleasing Putin. Um, he wants to be buddy buddy with Putin, and Putin is completely mocking him and laughing at him, and
oh yeah,
showing naked
oh yeah,
pictures of his wife on TV, and and Trump is I mean, I think he comes out looking really weak doing that, but he wants to please Putin because he looks up to these authoritarian leaders. That's Trump. Trump wants to be buddies with those people. He doesn't care what they do.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly. And so not only is Ukraine a European country, uh, but so the thing is that we already know what Putin doesn't just want Ukraine. He wants to re-establish the borders of the Soviet Union, and then he wants to expand them.
yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
that's I mean, that's not secret. So when I because I do have friends in the US who voted for Trump, and they're not bad people. They're horribly misled.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, I feel betrayed
Oh yeah. Yeah.
because he's not gonna stop. As I said, he's not gonna stop with Ukraine. He's gonna go to um, the Baltic states, and
Yeah.
that includes Sweden. Sweden is a teeny tiny country compared to Russia. Uh, he would have no issues blowing us to smithereens, and So and that's just like, yeah, sure, that does give me some portion of anxiety. Uh, we
Yeah.
haven't had war in 200 plus years in Sweden. Um, and now here we are, thanks to this orange fucktard. And it also makes me think I feel betrayed. I can't even imagine how it feels for you who are Americans, who have friends and families who voted for this guy.
So yeah, no, and there's a lot of families and relationships that have been broken because of people voting for this guy and put him in an office. Um, and he there's there's been a lot of turmoil and things just because of that. And for me and for a lot of people, I'm concerned about the things that Trump is trying to do to my friends and
Yeah.
to these other places. And uh, it's it's unfortunate that he's that he's been elected and stuff, but here we are. And for me, like, I the life I've lived and stuff, I worry about my family and being able to provide for my family and things like that. But I know that I'll be all right in the end of it. Now I can't
Yeah.
say that for everybody else, and that's concerning. It's
Yeah.
I worry about the just how much harm and how far this goes for a lot of other people. I it's a shitty situation, and it's awful to think that they had these big rallies and things. Even today, watching RFK's confirmation, um, uh, Marsha Blackburn from Tennessee, who is an awful human being, um, was speaking, talking about how great it was to have RFK making America healthy again, while they're while he's an anti-vaxxer and a huge source of misinformation about medicine and stuff, and he's going to be in control of all that. Well, she said that, and there's people laughing and cheering when she said it, and it's like, this is the this isn't what you think an authoritarian takeover would look like, right? People
No.
are cheering for it and happy, and they think they want it, but they don't know the thing that they're asking for. They don't. None of them are informed. Well, not none of them. I don't want to say that, but most of them aren't informed about exactly what's going on, and it's in many cases it's too late now, right? For
Oh
most
yeah.
things.
Oh yeah.
Um, so yeah, I'm definitely scared for a lot of people, and um, there's I think the Democratic Party in the United States is aware of that, and they're trying to they're trying to comfort people with things like, well, we flipped this seat here, and we're gonna be doing this at the next election and stuff. But I mean, it's obvious that Trump isn't he doesn't give a shit about operating within the guidelines of the law or the
No.
Constitution. He's just
No.
doing whatever he wants and repaying things. I mean, he pardoned people who beat police officers with flags and their own tasers and bear sprayed them and smashed windows and shit all over people's offices
Yeah.
at the Capitol, tried to kill police officers. He pardoned them and just turned them back out on the street. And meanwhile, he's telling his base they're sending us people from asylums and they're criminals and all this stuff. But
Mhm.
I mean, we say every accusation is an admission of guilt, and it's purely projection. Trump is the one that just turned loose a bunch of criminals on the United States.
Yeah.
Migrant communities have some of the lowest incidences of crime than any other communities in the country, and
Yeah.
so yeah,
Hi guys.
it's a
Hi,
scary
Pete.
situation. What's up, Peter? How you doing?
You said something like shit all over people's office, and I thought, hey, that's my clue.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
No,
Good me, Peter.
I'm taking a break. I'm working on something filthy.
All right,
Nice.
Yeah.
that's a turn to the better.
Well, you'll have to wait and see because that's next week.
Yeah. Well, I'll wait and see then. Uh,
Next week.
good to see you. I haven't had you here in a minute, Peter.
No, I've been kind of busy, so I
Yeah.
took on another producing job, and then a producing job I already had is about to be revamped. So
You still producing for Aaron?
yeah.
We're going to be doing some stuff together here pretty soon.
Oh,
Oh,
cool.
cool.
When's that?
We haven't scheduled it yet. I invited him and he accepted to come to the Ark Encounter protest and speak at it. And so leading up to that, he's gonna do some messages and stuff on his channel and come visit over here and talk. And he wants to talk about political stuff.
Mhm.
And in fact, his answer to me was, yes, I would love to help out as much as I can. The We do need to speak out and act against these things that are going on, and so
Yep.
he's very much involved, and look forward to doing some stuff with Aaron. That'll be fun. But
Yeah. It's exactly what I'm working on. So uh, and you might have the scoop right now because one of our dear content creators is coming back, which is Scientist Mel, and I'm
yeah,
going to produce Mel's show. So we're still going through um, maybe what a title would be of the show, but at least we have
yeah,
Scientist Mel back. And then the filthy part is obviously Natalia Reagan.
I knew
Uh,
it.
yeah, she's gonna do a new show called Survival of the Filthiest. And I mean, who better to produce that than me? Just ask
right.
anyone.
But that's
So
awesome.
that
Yeah,
is cool. But I mean, those are apart from dear friends, those are two fabulous people to work with. So I can't wait.
yeah, yeah. It sounds good. Uh, the so what we were discussing is the
The orange.
how what is the
Sorry.
reaction in America to what's going on now, and what is the not just the reaction in America but the consequences around the world to the things. So um again, like families have separated, relationships have ended, people are
Mm-hmm.
no longer friends because of supporting MAGA and Trump. And I mean, that's whenever you have I mean, I can see why that would be a thing, but
Yeah.
we also have at the same time Trump doing stupid stuff, talking about Greenland, and has that they've got their military ready to fight a war against the United States now. Um, uh, Canada and Mexico are both pissed at us. Um, it, lots of countries, NATO. He's talked shit about NATO, and of course is wanting to just hang Ukraine out to dry now, and
Mm-hmm.
let Russia just march in. So yeah, there's
Yeah,
so many terrible things at play. It's really hard to have a reaction to all of them at the same time.
The world isn't getting any better with him in charge.
Yeah,
That's for
yeah,
sure.
and
and
actually, I do have a. It's not a really conspiracy theory. It's more of a potential hypothesis.
oh no.
I know. I'm sorry.
What's that?
It's about uh, the evangelicals' support for Trump, because as we know, there is a fraction within the evangelicals who actually believe Trump is well, there are those who believe he's like the Messiah.
Yeah.
Others believe he is uh, chosen by God to rule the United States. And meanwhile, they're talking about the second coming of Christ and end times and all of that crap. And I actually think there are those who buy into it with the reading of the Bible being that Trump is the Antichrist. So he is the one who is going to set everything in motion. Because there is a part of the evangelical movement who actively want end times to
Mm-hmm.
start. They want to do what they can for it to start. And
They
so
can't wait.
they can't wait, which is why they hope Trump is going to be that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I've never understood why. Why would you want everything to end? I honestly don't get it.
Well, because you believe that you are a good little boy who's going to get to go to
Mm-hmm.
heaven and play with Jesus.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
of course you want that to happen, and you want all of the filthy sinners to finally get their due, because there is nothing like Christian love when it comes to hatred of people.
There's no greater hate than Christian love.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I, I honestly, I do not get it. I don't understand what's wrong with these people. Especially not when they get to heaven and they know that they're going to have family members, even close family members, maybe even sons or daughters or dads or moms, who are going to go to hell, they're still rejoicing.
Yeah.
That's not going to be a problem for them.
Nope.
Yeah. Whenever you live
They're like,
inside
yeah,
your own constructed
it's sad,
world,
but it's free will, so they chose not to believe it.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
great.
it's their fault.
That's a great way of putting it.
Yeah.
But it also means that you do not give a shit about these people if
Mhm.
you can enjoy heaven knowing that they are in hell. That says more about you than about everything else that's concerned in this.
Yeah, whenever you bring these type of questions up to those people, you're being given a verbal
Damn it.
diatribe of just jumbled excuses and rewritings, and it's like
Hmm.
hopscotch with a freaking ball of twine. I don't know.
I,
It's.
I think Joe just got raptured.
I think so too.
No, no.
He said,
I,
"Oh
I, I
no."
dropped I dropped my I dropped my mic. Sorry.
Okay, because you did say, "Oh no," and then you kind of disappeared.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. No, I mean I think the and what you're talking about is a big part of this, right? Like it's everything that's going on and stuff is there's a group of people that thinks they know what's better for everybody and they have all the correct answers and you can come with me and listen or you can they think that it's okay for if you don't listen those people deserve an eternity of burning in hell, right?
Yep.
Hmm.
And
The,
that's crazy talk.
the more empathetic of them will say something to the kin of, yeah, but after the rapture, there's going to be like some who are going up immediately, and then there are those who are going to be like left on earth, and then they are going to have the opportunity to choose again.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, depending on which denomination. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got the elect. Uh, um, but
Oh yeah, but it's not just about the elect. uh the elect are that whole thing
well,
is
no,
it's
they
very much
they
a
go
conquer.
initially in the beginning of the rapture, and then later people have a chance to repent and all that stuff, and um,
And
I I like there was a movie where they have everybody disappears in the airplane. Do you know what I'm talking about?
oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
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 That's a good movie.
Yeah, it's an interesting movie. It's you know,
Langolieren.
it's culture has such a powerful impact on the things people believe that a normal thinking average person, a smart, intelligent scientist person will believe these outlandish things that there's no reason to believe because it's ingrained in culture and you're usually if you're in a culture that way you're indoctrinated into it from a child, so um, you think all these you know these wild supernatural magical things are going to happen and that the dangerous part, I mean there's a lot of dangerous parts to that, but when I've talked to people locally about that sort of thing, which I live in a deeply red state with lots and lots of MAGA Trump supporters. Um,
Hmm.
what they say is that they don't care about the environment because God's going to choose when the world ends. We can't do it. It's not up to us. So, we can do whatever we want. It doesn't matter. And
No, and in the end, isn't he going to make a new Earth as well? So we can screw this one up, right? We're gonna get a new one anyway.
yeah, well, they literally say that we don't have to worry about taking care of the planet because we can't ever make it to where we would cause people to go extinct or make Earth unlivable because that's God has already said this is what's going to happen,
Hmm.
and so you have people that are complete science deniers and grifters and all that, But then you also have people that just, I mean, really believe stuff like that. That like there's a supernatural answer to it. You don't have to fix it, and
Yeah.
it, it's. I think that's one of the more dangerous things, because with my experience within Christianity doesn't give a shit about what you're doing here on earth. It could care less. Christianity is all about your soul,
Mm-hmm.
and the afterlife, what's after. So, I mean, to me, that's it's weird living among a bunch of people who think that none of this matters. They think that this is the illusion, right? And they're just doing whatever they got to do, whoever they got to step on, whatever they have to destroy. However bad it is here, it doesn't matter because they think they're getting something better in the end.
Yeah. Which, and I've spoken about this with Arn and a few other people, which is why the work we do is becoming more and more important to at least try and get through to people that science is real and that the things that the scientists are telling you is real and it might be worth noticing. And it's just how long is it still going to be allowed to do science communication in the United States? Because that could be under threat as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the reality of the situation, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
um there's no that and it kind of relates to something I was talking about earlier. Like you can point out why none of this works and why this isn't a good idea, and yeah, I mean we do it every day, right? But it's a complicated thing with I don't care about any of this. I believe this other. I choose the make believe world that I've created, or that someone has told me exists. I choose that over the well being of everyone else and everything else, no matter what. And uh, a definite reason to speak out and keep speaking out about these things.
Yeah, this is why I'm an anti-theist and why I think that religion should be eradicated, not by force, but by education. Because it is screwing up everything for everybody. If these people would just believe what they believe in their own home, I'd had no problems with it. But the moment they're going to put this into uh, legislature and into how to run a country, that's when we've got problems.
Yeah, and it is intrinsic to all, uh, especially monotheistic religions, that if the opportunity arises, if there is a way in, then a theocracy. Oh, a
Yeah, that was
theocracy
me.
is okay. A theocracy is the goal,
Mm-hmm.
and then there are, of course, those who have more sensible takes on it. The the danger, though, is that when the more radicalized the fringe groups become, it always seeps in or outwards, depending on how you look at it, so that, because churches are going to pick up teeny tiny bits and pieces, not realizing the full extent of what the teaching is priming themselves and their audience for. And when at the top of the ladder you have an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-encompassing being, you don't need any other reason than saying, that guy said it. And if people believe that, they're going to follow through, because you have the stick on the other side.
The problem is the all-powerful being doesn't say anything. People who
Right.
speak for the all-powerful being say things. That's
Yep.
the troubling part.
Yep. And also the fact that people on both sides of the equation are getting bogged down with completely irrelevant issues that would be relevant if this wasn't what was in front of us now. They would be relevant in another context.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That can't be a serious question, right?
I sure hope not.
Yeah.
So, Peter, when Putin takes on Finland and Sweden and then Norway, will you come up here and help us out?
Well, I think we have to worry the most. They have already twice discussed whether or not they should start throwing nukes at the Netherlands.
Oh, they have
In
asked. They have done that with Sweden and Finland too. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but this was quite recent and quite serious, because we're still those pesky people who issued an arrest warrant for Putin. So he can't go to certain countries because he'd be arrested when he gets there.
Poor persecuted.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Jess.
Hi, Peter. I had to come. Bestie was here.
Yay. And I wish Soot wasn't sleeping so I could really get
That's
into
okay.
to the joy.
That's because Soot is talking to me at unholy times. So that means he needs to be asleep now.
Yes. Is he talking to you now? No, unholy times
No.
for us regular people.
No. But when I look at my Facebook, it's always either in the middle of the night or very, very early in the morning.
Yes.
So did he get an email back from our dear Dr. Hovind? I don't think so.
He has not answered yet. No.
No.
He's weirdly
Emailed
quiet.
Hovind.
You gotta ask for DVD number 5 to get an answer.
Oh my god.
Yeah. No, not on the questions Soot asked him. Nope. No, that wasn't about taxes. Soot's question was a little bit more private, I think. But yeah.
No.
He asked he asked Hovind to speak out on his current marriage status.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's going to happen.
No, but it was fun.
Well, so my guess is Hovind is waiting until Sandra says something and then take it from there. He doesn't want to say anything until Sandra speaks out.
So I think you're wrong. I think Hovind's going to do exactly what he always does. He'll come out publicly here soon, and when she's not, since when he realizes that people are talking about her being gone, and he'll say that she left and swindled him out of money, and talk, say she's a bad woman, and what he does. He's done.
Mhm.
I mean, he's done it multiple times before, exactly that way.
But
And
that narrative is
Oh, but
already out there
yeah,
at EAL.
oh,
I
sure,
mean,
right.
how many Sandra Hovinds did they ban before his channel got taken down on YouTube? I think at least I watched at least 3 or 4 getting banned.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So-
his former tech guy was even saying like she
No, but
stole money, and
There were all kinds of Sandra Hovinds in his live chat when he was doing shows, and then they got booted.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, there was
Obviously, none of those were Sandra Hovind. Those were
Oh,
just
no.
atheists wanting to know what his reaction would be. But this situation is also different because Sandra is still getting money that is supposed to go to Hovind, which is hysterically funny.
Is it supposed to go to Hovind or is it supposed to go to Genesis Baptist Church, I wonder?
Well, those are the same thing,
I know.
but through a back door. But,
Right.
So the PayPal associated with the Dr. Dino website was coupled to Sandra's email, which means that all of the donations go to Sandra, not to Genesis Baptist Church.
Hovind
he signed.
Sorry.
He signed a lot of his stuff over to Sandra when Cindy wanted to file a lawsuit to get her money back.
Right.
Yep.
So I don't know what still is in Sandra's name at the moment.
Well, the reason that every time someone important leaves DAL, that Hovind has to go and say so and so left and swindled us out of all this money. The reason that happens is because Hovind is always putting the money in someone else's hands because he doesn't want his name anywhere on it. So now he has this.
No. That's so. Before this, it was always Ernie Land who was in charge of all the money.
Right.
But because Cindy also wanted to file a lawsuit against Ernie Land, they had to find someone else.
Yeah. Well,
and the weird thing that Ernie Land posted a day or two after Sandra left. That's still I don't understand what he wanted to say with that, because the most precious thing a man can have is a loyal wife. Why would he post that knowing that just a few days before Sandra left?
Yeah.
Is that a stab at Hovind? Is that supposed to be some kind of support? I don't know. But it's a weird post. Ernie Land posted that on his Facebook page.
Well, that's probably him taking Hovind's side and taking a shot at Sandy, actually, saying that she's not a loyal wife, Yeah,
but the fun thing is, so they don't have a decent tech guy at Dinosaur Adventureland, so they can't switch over the PayPal account, and they can't, for some reason, alter the website. So now they're asking people who have been donating for a long time to get in touch with the news secretary, Jessica, to make sure that the money is going to the right place.
He's doing the same thing all over again. He's now putting the money in her hands
But
Another
that can
woman,
only mean
and
that it's
They're
going
not giving
to
her her own
Sandra.
email.
I know that
Yeah.
this Jessica is married and is like a secretary or whatever is what he says, but
Hmm.
this is exactly what Hovind does over and over. They swindle him. Now he's putting the money in somebody else's name and somebody else's hands. He put the email for the account right up there, and it's hers. It's not him, and
Hmm.
he's just doing the same thing all over again. And I don't. I would not be surprised if Hovind ends up taking this dude's wife, marrying her for a year, and she runs
Oh yeah,
off with money. I mean,
yeah,
it's an ongoing.
that's
Uh,
a possibility.
it's an ongoing set of circumstances with him all the time, and
But you have to admire Sandra for her email address, Sandra Hoven 69.
yeah,
That was
Yeah, so we also know that Hoven has been talking behind Sandra's back at DAL for quite some time. I'm talking a year or more.
Oh,
Kind of
Hovind,
laying the groundworks
yeah,
for
Hovind's the cult leader though. That's how cult leaders are, right?
yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I think so. Sandra didn't come across as very submissive. She came across as a woman who was pretty independent. I mean,
Yeah.
if you look at the conversations that she and Cindy had, and she and several other people had that were recorded, she wasn't the docile, submissive wife type.
But neither were Toko, Mary
No,
Toko.
but that's probably what did them in.
Yeah, sure.
Toko was independent, but Cindy was independent too.
Yeah.
So yeah, Hovind needs a dumber wife. That's what he needs.
No, no, Peter, no, no. He needs to
No more
die
women.
lonely.
Yes.
Yes, okay, but so what I'm
Those poor
saying
women.
is the women that he gets involved with are smarter than he is.
Of course.
Doesn't take much.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's a very low bar. I get it. Yeah,
Sorry.
that's a very very low bar. I can't help it. I see Tsumami in the live chat. Tsumami, you should have a go. That would
Oh
be
no.
fun for me to see. Owen strung up somewhere in Dinosaur Adventureland for everyone to see. See? That would be nice. No, we can't do that to Tsumami. He doesn't
No.
deserve that.
Hovind's as dirty and slimy as they come in every single way. It's not just the young Earth creationist thing. Like Hovind's just he's just a slime ball, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
in
Yeah,
every
he's the
in
right
every
being.
conceivable way. And I'm not just like it's not just a personal attack to attack him. I mean, it's who he is. He's
Just an observation.
yeah.
Yeah.
In everything he does it the the worst way possible. He's um, it, it's
He's a narcissist,
oh
and
again
Only
cult
a
leader.
narcissist makes a movie about not being a narcissist to prove to
yeah,
everybody that he's totes not a narcissist, guys.
yeah, yeah.
That was hilarious.
Hovind is almost like a Jim Jones character in a lot of ways.
Oh yeah.
Uh, he's and I think a lot of times people think, oh well, creationist, he's it's just creationism and all this stuff. Hovind is a cult leader. It is a cult,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and
Mm-hmm.
and it functions just like a cult. Um, uh, yeah, so
Oh, okay. The
There's
FLDS
there's
leader.
there's another
Warren
great
Jeff,
person.
yeah,
Yeah.
Mhm.
he's a lot like that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
That's
only
probably a
difference
better
is
comparison. Jim Jones was not
Warren
quite,
Jeffs is still in jail, so
and still
If
running
Hovind
shit.
if Hovind
and
could
still running
have
shit.
more than one wife at a time, I bet he would.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
the thing with cult leaders. They
Yeah.
you know, all the wives are theirs essentially.
Hmm.
I mean, even if it's not openly like that, I mean, it's that power structure that is like,
Yeah, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
just look at the way that he treats young women who come there, even
yeah,
just to visit. Immediately, he's trying to like sell them off.
Yes, he did that
well,
when he got out of jail. There was this young girl who said, "Hey, I'll handle your email stuff." And he was trying to marry her off, and she kept saying, "Please don't do that. Please don't do that. I don't want a man. If I want a man, I'll let you know, but I can get a man if I want one."
Hmm.
And he kept doing it and kept making her look stupid because every single time he would make a jab at her, he would say, That's a joke. That's a joke."
yeah,
I
yeah.
forgot her name. She was a nice girl too, and a pretty good musician. And she did all of that without getting any pay. She would handle all of his emails, and he would just abuse her on
Well,
his
we
live
we know
streams.
the stories of what Hovind does to women out there. You
Mm-hmm.
know, they videotape them in compromising situations, so they have dirt on them in some way, whether it be that or some other way. You know, and use it to control. You know what people do. That's it's. I, I find it amazing that more people don't like see it as a cult through and through because I think that's exactly what's going on there. Like not
Mm-hmm.
just in hyperbolic terms calling it a cult, you know, like I would say Christianity is a cult itself, but Kent like Kent Hovind is one of these fundamentalist borderline fanatical cult leaders. I mean that's it's every everything that we've learned about DAL over the years and the things that Kent Hovind does and stuff, I think tells that story.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's been like that since like for forever.
I mean,
I mean,
you've heard Mark Stoney's story, right?
Hmm.
hmm
All the crazy stuff that went on there. That's cult stuff, you know. Like
Yeah.
Yeah. How want to know if you're in a cult? Try leave and see what happens.
Hmm.
yeah,
yes, if you get shunned by the
Hmm.
people that you leave behind, you're in a cult.
Yeah.
And if they do that in public on a YouTube channel, you're
Hmm.
definitely in a cult.
And if they have one of their sycophants make a documentary about the cult leader, but the documentary is nothing but a hit piece filled with disgusting lies
Mm-hmm.
about a guy whose only fault was to say, I'm not staying here with my young daughter when there is a
Mm-hmm.
pedophile who comes here
Yeah.
and then tries to find the PDF file.
yeah. Well, I think that's probably a. Those are the stories we know of those things, and
Hmm.
it seems that like Kent was pretty comfortable with that situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I have no way to back any of that up, but it's given all the other things that go on. Again, it just has that. Everything has that smell to it, right? It's um, Pinworm. What's up, Pinworm? Sending a $3 super chat. Lemon character waving his arm to say, "Oh, it's a super sticker." It
Yeah.
just gives me the description. Thank you, Pinworm. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Why can't
But
I get it to? Hold on. Sorry.
oh, it's okay.
The it's showing me the preview of Pinworm's message, and it won't go away.
I see that.
Huh. Yeah. Well. Okay. I guess I'll look at that while we do it.
But it's gone now.
No, like whenever I highlight a chat in the window,
Yeah.
it gives me a pop-up box. There it goes, a pop-up box that shows it in big font, so I can read it clearly
Oh.
before I click on it. And that preview window got stuck on the screen and wouldn't go away.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, everything about every story that you hear and stuff about that place is that way. And people like Grayson have been there and gave descriptions, and we know lots of people that have been there and gave descriptions of what that place is like. And
Yeah.
um, it's Kent Hovind's the daddy, right? He's
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd
Yeah,
also
you
think that the people who are there worship Kent Hovind more than they worship Jesus himself.
oh sure. I mean, a lot of times he has them sitting around listening to him while he's doing streams, like just like sitting
yeah,
and watching them.
that's their church service. That's church
Right.
service, which should be a warning flag for any real Christian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
I don't know
don't.
if it's still the case, but when he was still in Pensacola, people who wouldn't attend, they were asked to leave too, because that was a mandatory thing. If there's a live stream, you're there.
Yeah.
And his weird Bible readings, he doesn't understand the Bible. He can't read the Bible. He can't speak. He can't even read most of the words that are in there because he's not smart enough. But I mean, and then he keeps saying that his mother was a teacher. If your mother was a teacher, then how come you can't read and write?
Right.
It took he wrote this book. What on earth is going to happen? For heaven's sake, he wrote that in jail, and then it took a woman, I think, about 6 months to get all the spelling errors out and all the punctuation right and all the misspelling out. And this was after he published the first series of the book. So
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what.
I don't want to give him money, but I want one of those first editions of it, just so we can have a live stream and make fun of Hovind.
Yeah, I heard his dissertation is like.
Oh, I have that.
Oh, it's atrocious.
It's
Yeah.
got a poem in there. It's
Yeah.
wonderful. Wonderful.
You know what it starts out with, right? Hello, I'm Kent
Hello.
Hovind.
Yes. Yes, Peter.
Oh
Oh
wow.
my gosh.
So he wrote his seminar down.
Yeah, I forgot who sent me the link, but I got the link to Hovind's Google Drive, so I downloaded everything, his slides, some of the videos, everything.
Does he tell all the
love
same?
those
Does he tell all the
slides.
same jokes in it?
Yeah, his jokes go back to what, early 2000s, and some are even older.
Like the one we heard yesterday about his Bible has his name on it. Does he do all that?
Yes, yes. I
Oh, we
believe
got
the Bible cover to
Oh my
cover. I
goodness.
even believe the cover because it has my name on it. That one I think was in late 90s, and it. So I don't know if you've ever seen. So when Hovind just went to prison in 2006, it was, I think. At the beginning, Eric took over his speaking engagements, and he would use the exact same text and the exact same jokes as his dad did. Literally, he was a carbon copy of Hovind.
Jester just gifted 10 memberships.
Thank you, Jester.
We got Dan Shire, KW, Christopher, Poor Claire, Left-Handed Jedi, Al Trucker, James Nordoff, Randy Scott, Tilting Windmill, all got memberships. That's awesome. Thank you so much,
Right
Jester.
on.
That's very nice of you. And
That is cool.
welcome all the new memberships.
And I'm gonna have to do another members trivia night soon.
Yeah, we need to get back to
Oh,
doing something like that all the time.
awesome.
I will let you know.
Good.
Yeah.
So I did something the other day just for funsies, and I looked up Dinosaur Adventureland on Google Maps
Oh
because
no.
there you can see recensioner. Dang, ska jag behöva slå upp ett så enkelt ord? Det här är ju förbannelse alltså.
See, that's not even a language. That
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
I was like, what the hell's going on here?
So reviews.
What kind of place is this? That's where the cook from the Muppets came from. You remember? You know,
I was checking to make sure there wasn't a fucking gas leak. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I know. It's funny.
This is how we treat the Swedish.
I know. Because you still haven't learned how it was back in the Viking Age.
No, but that's because so what the things that I know of Sweden is, what was the boy's name? Nilsson?
It very much depends on. There are many called Nilsson.
No. On
Nilsson.
TV there was this. Yeah, Nilsson. And then
Nilsson. Was it a boy or was it Astrid Lindgren?
No, it was a boy. Who always got in trouble. And
Karlsson på taket.
Say again?
Karlsson på taket.
Yeah, that's not what it was called in my country.
Of course not. It's about a little boy who lives alone with his mom. They're kind of poor. I think he lives alone with his mom. And there is a middle-aged man living on the roof who has like a helicopter blades on his back so he can fly. And he always tricks this little kid into
No, that wasn't it. It was about a little boy, but he always got in trouble. And I know the series, the intro of the series always started off with his mother yelling at him, and then he running away because he was going to be punished again. I can't remember.
Emil i Lönneberga. What?
Yeah, Gesundheit.
What was it? Did it take place in like the early 1900s?
No, I think it was set. Yeah, it could be. I don't know. I forgot. Then we had obviously we had Pippi Langstrumpf.
Mm-hmm.
So a girl who could lift up her horse
Yes.
and could do everything.
But we
So
also have,
that's how we view Sweden. That's what you get.
but we also have ABBA and Ghost.
Yes.
Yes.
That's not helping.
What the?
ABBA.
Yes,
ABBA.
it is. Yes, it is. And don't
And
shit talk my friends in Ghost.
and ABBA won, and then you got the Eurovision a song festival in Sweden.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know who won there?
Well, it was not Sweden.
No,
Netherlands.
it was a group called Teach In with the song Ding a Dong.
No idea.
Yes, it was the Netherlands, and
It was.
two in that band were friends of mine.
Cool. See,
And
Sweden's not
the
that bad.
orchestra that accompanied the band was a neighbor of mine who had that orchestra.
As I
So-
said, Sweden's not that bad.
No,
But anyway, I was looking at the reviews for Dinosaur Adventureland. And of course, there are those that are like, oh, we love this place. Oh, no, 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 no. And then pretty soon you have the more critical reviews. So one is from William Parson. He was there a month ago. He's only given it 1 star. He's not written anything. But DAL sure answered. They answered, Kent allowed you and your wife to live and work here. Well, you both lived here, but you were lazy and wrecked the cabin that Kent was so gracious to allow you to live in. It was only right to ask you to leave here, William. After you trashed the cabin, turn back to the Lord and quit being a rebel. God bless. And then we have Kenny Martin a month ago. 1 star. I can't see the place with my own 2 eyes, therefore it doesn't exist. Even if it did exist, it would suck. Answer from the owner. Lol, Kenny, don't be silly. Just because your mommy and daddy didn't teach you good manners or give you a better name, don't take it out on us. Go read your Bible. You will feel better. Just because your parents didn't love you doesn't mean Jesus won't show you love. He can open your 2 eyes. LOL. So that's a Christian ministry
no.
saying that to someone who all they did was leave a 1 star review, and
Yeah.
they're like attacking him and his parents and his name, and like, what the fridge?
Yeah. By the way, I found it.
Oh.
Emil E. Lönneberga.
That's what I said, Emily Lönneberga.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and the other one
that-
you were talking about was Carlson on the Roof.
Yes.
Yes. See, I can't have things that I don't remember.
Oh, that's good.
But we have the interweb.
That is true.
They will tell you.
Telling you off. Yeah, and it was Emil's dad chasing him. So he ran and hid in the snickerboa, where he carved little figurines.
we've lost all the Americans now talking about the Swedish
Yeah, yeah.
children's TV show.
But that's Astrid Lindgren as well.
Yeah. Both of them?
Hmm.
She
Yeah.
was good.
She was really good. Really, really good. I
YouTube
do.
is my monthly ties. Worth me calling you ask? What are you saying, Jester?
He's saying that the 10 memberships that he gifted are his monthly tithe.
Mm.
Ah,
I appreciate you tithing here, Jester.
Yes.
and we
We're gonna get a new
appreciate
roof next
Jester.
year.
But aren't you in need of a new Jeep, Joe?
A new Jeep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or some
Always need another Jeep.
or an excavator or a tractor or
Yeah.
I don't know.
Any of those will work. If you know, I would settle for a riding lawnmower if it's fast enough.
They race riding lawnmowers.
Oh, they do that here often. Believe me.
Yeah.
I've got riding lawnmowers out back that are stripped down that you just ride around on. It's a thing here.
Just driving lawnmowers for funsies?
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
they
yeah.
race them.
It's a required part of being a Kentuckian is you got at least one broke down lawnmower in the yard.
Okay.
Shit, I got enough parts out there to probably build 4 lawnmowers.
If you own more than one car and all of them are on blocks, you might be a redneck.
Blocks, hell, we set them on the ground here.
See? If your front fence collapses and kills more than 3 dogs, you might be a redneck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
The things politics have ruined.
I know.
I used to like Jeff Foxworthy. I used to like Larry the Cable Guy. All of those are maggots now.
yeah.
It's
I've
sad.
got you know what I use for a shed out in the backyard? It's
What?
it's the
Shed?
box it's the box off of a box truck just set in the gravel.
Aiming too high when I said a shed.
Yeah.
If your shed is just a box off of a box truck, you might be a redneck.
If your shed used to be a truck,
Yeah.
yeah, it's I'll take a picture and post it sometime. It's one of those
Yeah.
like
You have
like
a
one of the
redneck
ones you see
dictionary too?
for like it's got the side doors that roll up and the back door rolls up. And check this out. We took a air conditioning unit off of an RV and hooked on top of it. So it's an air conditioned box truck shed.
Air conditioned box truck shed.
Hey, we get shit done down here in Kentucky, I tell you.
Yeah.
In
I'm
Canada,
not-
we just use duct tape for everything.
Oh, that's the way to do it. Duct tape
That's-
rules.
That's the only fastening material they use in the South, too.
Oh yeah.
I've seen cars held
Until
together
we
with duct
discovered
tape.
JB Weld.
We have a whole show called The Red Green Show from like the 90s to the early
I
2000s.
love that show.
It was a great show.
Canada has the best TV.
Kim's
The Showcase Network used to be my favorite.
Convenience
Yes.
is a great show.
Jess, did
Skinny
you
versus
know that I've
Skinny.
got a Canadian co-host?
You have a Canadian co-host?
Yes, who used to be a fundamentalist Christian.
Hey, I
She's
used
got
to
a
be. Wait.
she's got a duct tape Bible because it was used so much that it fell apart, and she's holding it together with duct tape.
Oh my gosh, Peter, I need to see this Bible. I
I've
need
got
to make
two
it in
different
miniature
top.
now.
I've got two different tops of JB Weld and a roll of duct tape within reach right now.
I
She's on Ross' panel for the Bible show. I will send her a message that she needs to show her duct tape Bible on screen next show.
have damask duct tape. That's how fancy I am.
She
For
even
craft.
she even used
We don't do
she even
fancy
used
things
two
with it.
colors so she could make a cross on the Bible with a different color
Now,
of duct tape.
Oh
now, see,
wow.
that's art. That's
That is art.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I want to see it.
well, that's not what we do here. We we just we just tape shit together, you know. And
I mean, I still
my last car, I had the water pump. I broke one of the bolts off in the frame of the water pump. JB Weld.
have a pair
I had a
of
leaking
cowboy
pipe here the
boots that
other day. Sorry,
I
go
still
ahead.
have a pair of cowboy boots that are a little bit torn up, and I want to make those just like what was it? The famous country singer that had a son and a grandson with the same name.
Oh
Help me out.
Earl?
no.
Gorilla tape. That's fun. That's fancy duct tape there.
Gorilla tape supremacy.
Hank
Nice.
Williams the third has duct tape cowboy boots. So I need a pair of duct
I
tape
had
cowboy boots.
I had Hank Williams. We watched a video, the Watts of West Virginia, and Hank Williams the third dancing with Jesco Watt. Well, he was playing the music while Jesco danced. That's
One I still like. Hank 3.
my whole toolbox consists of a flat and Phillips screwdriver, a hammer, a roll of duct tape, and some baling wire. That's right. Pair of vice grips. You left those out.
Don't start talking about tools because I might get an angry woman to butt in on my end. I've spent a ton of money on tools the last few months.
But you need tools.
And they don't know about the shop vac that I'm getting next week.
Shop vac.
Yeah. I started buying cordless power tools, and now I need a new shop vac that has Bluetooth that works with my power tools.
Yeah.
That's what you need.
Yeah, whenever I went to college and got a degree in computer science, and so I use precision screwdrivers a lot on a lot of little things like certain computer parts, taking apart phones, stuff like that, you know. And people around here, those are fancy screwdrivers.
Yes.
Is what they call those.
Fancy screwdrivers. Okay.
Yeah, because they're
And the good ones aren't cheap either.
no.
They are fancy screwdrivers.
Yeah. Well, in that situation, they kind of are because like I've got a little kit that has all my tools for that stuff in it. That's nicer than most of my other stuff. But
Okay, the big question now is, am I gonna tell this about soot or not?
Oh no.
I think I have to because it's super weird to me. He almost has no tools, and he doesn't have any duct tape. He doesn't have glue.
What?
Yes.
I've seen pictures of Suit. How can you look like that and not have any tools?
I know. It's so weird. And I'm like, oh, do you have this? And And he said, "Oh yeah, maybe." He has a couple of multi-tools, and I'm like, "Yeah, I have like 3 sets of of uh, screwdrivers with different bits. I
Yeah.
have I have so much different types of glues and tape. It's beyond ridiculous."
Yeah. I'm kind of half joking. I have Torx screwdrivers. I have regular screwdrivers. I have a whole set of just security bits and stuff for different
Yeah,
things. Uh, yeah, and
Well,
I have to
and
use all that stuff constantly.
all different sizes, like from the teeny tiny to regular.
see, and
Yeah.
I
Yo,
get in trouble because I got I bought 4 drills, 4 power drills.
But
Why
you
do you
need
need
them.
4? You
Well, I get
can't be changing drills when you're working. You need one that has the drill, then you have one that you have the screw bits in, then you have different screw bits, so you need another one for the different screw bit. I mean, 4 is a bare minimum.
I've got 4, but it's only because the batteries went bad in the other 3.
Oh, no, I'm
That's a true
smart now.
story.
I switched to one platform that you all use the same batteries, so not gonna have those
Well,
problems again.
all mine are all different brands, different colors. I've got Hitachi and Skill and Hyper Tough and another one of some sort.
You still have skill in the U.S.? I
I've
did
got a
not
whole
know
set
that.
of Skill stuff. I've got the sander, the jigsaw, the drill, the light. Uh, I've got that whole set of stuff that goes with the same
Hmm.
batteries. I don't have any batteries for it. Took apart the batteries whenever we had an ice storm and no electricity. I took apart the batteries and rigged them up to a 12-volt um, outlet so that I could charge my stuff.
See, and that's where you need. You go on AliExpress and you buy an adapter and then you hook them up. Then you don't have to take them apart.
Yeah, but that's thinking ahead.
Yeah.
exactly.
Once the
You don't
electricity's off,
do
you can't
that.
get on there and order it.
No. No. If you
The
don't have a generator, you're not a real redneck.
I've got a generator, it just don't work.
Because
that is the
there's no
bonus
battery.
point in the redneck category.
Yeah,
See? Now you're qualified again.
yeah. What the hell?
I got a generator, but don't work.
Yeah, I got a generator with a what the hell is that? A tiller motor on it.
Yeah, that
But
at least 2
you're in
bonus points for
Kentucky.
that.
Yeah.
You're in Kentucky. How come you never did a show with Von Helton?
Well, I mean, we're kind of far apart here.
I don't know where in Kentucky you are, but
There's a lot of woods.
I bet you can
Yeah.
still smell him though.
yeah, if the wind's right, you should be able to smell him.
He is a nasty man.
Oh, he hates me. He hates me because we were on a show on I think it was either on Veckel's channel or on the other moron, and I forgot his name. Never mind. But he said, "Where would you Dutch be if it wasn't for the Americans?" I said, "Here." Yeah, but you would be speaking. You would be speaking German. I said, "No, I wouldn't, because we were liberated by the Canadians and the British." And then he lost his mind. And he tried to tell me that the Canadians didn't have an army and they didn't have tanks. in 1945. Not kidding.
We've got a lot of Americans around here that think we're the only people that have anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he said, "Do you know the ticker tape parade they gave General Patton when he came home?" I said, "Do you know that I have been at General Patton's grave in Luxembourg, and I have been in Heidelberg in the hospital where he died, and I've been into Speyer on the actual site of the accident where he got run over by one of his own trucks." And then he got even madder with me.
Yeah.
And then I
Wow.
started showing him pictures. And then he lost his everlasting shit.
Serves him.
Yeah, Von Helton. He thinks that slavery was introduced in America by black people. Not kidding. He's also German and a Native American.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's interesting.
Because I don't know why. But yeah, he claims to be 100% German and 100% Native American.
Well, I think what we are talking about there is a broken DNA string.
I think lack of a brain.
Yes.
But I mean, we're talking about a guy who got his kids taken away 13 times by CPS. And the last time it was permanently.
I'm glad.
Yeah. But he's a fun character to watch. The things he gets up to, I mean, some of it is disturbing. I watched him basically let his mother die after she had a stroke. He didn't call an ambulance, nothing.
What a shithead.
I mean, yeah. Well, he was standing between him and $4 million that weren't there, or $32 million. I forgot it. That's the thing.
So I'm sorry to be a party crasher here, but let's change the subject, okay?
Yep.
All right.
Let's do that.
Okay. So the back to crazy redneck things we do here in Kentucky.
Yes.
So you know how we were talking about a lot of Americans think other countries don't have anything. Well, even here within America, there's people all over this country that think that because I'm from Kentucky that I've never worn shoes and that none of us have teeth.
We have that. So okay, not the teeth, but the shoes thing we have in common. There are people who think that I walk on wooden shoes because I'm from the Netherlands.
You don't?
No.
Well, son of a bitch.
And we have conquered cancer because according to Trump, windmills cause cancer. Do you know what the Netherlands is famous for?
Yeah.
Windmills.
Yeah.
Windmills, tulips, and wooden shoes.
How
do you between all the people running around in wooden shoes and the windmills going ring, 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 how do you all do anything there? It must be harder than fuck to sneak up on a motherfucker.
That's why we're all so loud, I guess.
That explains it. But I still want to know, how in the fuck do the Orange Menace think windmills give you cancer? How?
I
How?
don't know. It was didn't it have anything to do with the sound, Joe? Wasn't that a thing?
Yeah,
I don't know.
He said they make that loud sound. They go ran,
Yeah.
ran.
Yeah, and they also get rid of the wind. So if you put up a lot of windmills, you won't get any wind anymore, and then your weather will get fucked up, and then all
The
kinds of
crazy
weird
thing
shit
is he
happens.
hates the wind too, though.
Yeah.
What a
Well.
ridiculous individual.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's
I
the
mean,
leader of the largest country in the world.
yep.
Yep. That that fact is hard to swallow, I have to say.
By the way, has any of you seen the video of Melania and Gavin Newsom?
Yeah, her giving him a kiss.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's funny,
Well,
ain't it?
yeah.
Why? Why did she do that?
Someone made an AI video of
Oh,
them
okay.
kissing very passionately.
Okay.
And now Trump wants to have that video banned from the internet.
So
guess what I'll be posting the next few weeks.
what's your take on the Vance guy?
He's
What's
a weirdo.
his? I mean, the way I look at it,
He's a creep.
he's a creep, and he's just as bad as Trump, in some ways even worse.
I think he was just planted there, and they all hope that Trump kicks the bucket, and then they can make Vance do whatever they want.
He's got dirt on somebody, probably.
Yeah, because the thing I'm wondering about is Vance playing the idiot, planning to take over from Trump, hoping he will kick the bucket or whatever, and insert himself.
What was it? 2023 when he posted on social media that Trump was the dumbest guy he's ever seen. There was no one stupider than Trump.
He said Trump was Hitler.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't wrong.
No.
No. He said on live TV that Trump was Hitler, and the JD Vance, and he's just, it was his turn for whatever in the Republican Party. He's not all that great, but he was willing to do what he had to do to make Trump look good. He was willing to be that guy, and I mean, you got to imagine not many people want to sign up to be your vice president when you wanted the last one hung. I mean, so it's
yeah. That's why I still think that he was planted there by people who want the power. But yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump the project Trump disavowed, and then on the first day, what was it? Most of the executive orders that he signed lined up exactly with that.
Yep.
So
yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got sidetracked. Yeah, JD Vance is the guy that they, he was willing. So he said that stuff on TV, but then he was willing to show what a piece of shit he is, and then go grovel to Trump. So they know that the Project 2025 stuff, that JD Vance will carry it out if necessary. That JD Vance wants power so badly that he'll do whatever it is he has to do, and
Yeah.
and that's why they put him there. He's just part of Project 2025. He's a young guy because they want to recruit young people.
Yeah, and I actually think in many ways he can be more dangerous than Trump, because he seems to have. I mean, Trump is going to do what benefits him, but from what I understand of Vance, he is an actual believer. He is an actual Christian.
Oh, he's a Christian, yeah.
Yeah, which and he's just as scrupulous as Trump is, which means he has no scruples at all. So, and he's hateful as fuck.
Yeah, it's rather strange that Trump and JD Vance, like, Trump's wife is an immigrant and he has so much hate for immigrants, and JD Vance is a complete racist
Yeah.
with an Indian wife.
Mm.
Um,
Hypocrisy.
JD Vance speaks out against brown people in every way he can, but is married to an Indian woman. It's a really weird thing, and he may or may not have fucked a couch. So
That could have been a very cute couch. You don't know that, Joe. You don't
Right.
don't judge the man.
Don't be couchist. Don't be
Joe
couchist.
Biden had to put plastic on all the couches in the White House before they left to keep JD Vance off of them.
Mm-hmm.
He's a JD Vance is a creepy little bastard, and he's you would think that whenever Trump, well, see, here's the thing: Trump can't have anyone that has any charisma or would take the spotlight off of him. So JD Vance he's a smart guy. He's not an idiot. I mean, he may be evil, but he's not the dumbest person that's had the job for sure. And so, but he can't have charisma and stuff, or it would take away from Trump, and Trump isn't going to do that.
That's
It has to always be about him.
yeah.
So he got some nobody young guy that wants to do the Project 2025 stuff, and I imagine there was some kind of ceremony or blowjob or something where he pledged fealty to Donald Trump.
In all
Probably.
fairness, though, nobody can be the dumbest vice president after Pence. It's not even possible.
Yeah, Pence was really bad. If you'd listened to his radio show and stuff, he was really bad.
I still have that website mirrored on my website. Have you seen the Pence website, Joe?
I've never seen his website. I've listened to his radio show though.
Hold on, let me see. Oh, there. Think
Indian culture is racist and classist. Yeah, there's a lot of that in Indian culture, Liz. You can only flip the cushion so many times. Dan Quayle. I was going to mention Dan Quayle, Liz, but I didn't. Dan Quayle and the potato incident. But you know, that's the funny thing with all this. You know, historically in American politics, you know, we had Howard Dean who screamed funny, and because of that, lost his. He was doing good, and when he made that funny scream on stage, he was doomed to never be president. We've had people that just, you know, performed badly in a debate, looked at their watch too much, and lost the presidency that they had, you know, in the bag because of that. Uh, we've had politicians that are, I mean, their whole career is over these small little things, and then you have now MAGA Republicans who do all kinds of crazy, horrible shit publicly, and it's like it's acceptable, and their numbers go up when they do it. Um, it's a weird state of affairs that we live in.
Mhm. Mhm.
We've got, like growing up, even though, I grew up in a Democratic household, and my parents and me for that matter may have disagreed strongly with some of the things Republicans said, but people in Congress, that was a place of respect. Like, even if I disagreed with you, I had respect for the office and the job that you held.
Yeah.
And with the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene and uh, Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz and a bunch of others, Luna, pick a handful. With the likes of these people who are complete buffoons and are only there to just do whatever Trump says. Uh, Now it's taken all that away from it, and um, but you also have, they're all loyalists, and now we have, our Senate, our House of Representatives, the judiciary, the executive branch are all, you know totally 100% Trump. And
Yeah.
we've seen through Trump's first 8 days in office here, the things that he's trying to do and wants to do. And unfortunately, he controls all of those things. Uh, the judiciary, maybe not to the same extent, but I mean, we've seen what the Supreme Court has done for him. Um, it's it's bad. It's a bad thing to happen. That's how another party in Germany took over once. Um,
Yes.
the uh, it's a concerning situation, and there's a lot of the pundits and stuff. They're like, well, in 2 years, um, the Democrats are going to take over everything because everybody's mad at Republicans. I don't think you can say what's going to happen in 2 years. I mean, that's
No.
that's the forecast of it. But with Trump, one of the things that comes with Trump is pure chaos. Um,
Mhm.
Everything is always chaos. So there's no way to know what the fuck's going to happen. I mean, he may wake up tomorrow and throw out the whole Constitution. It's hard to tell. Um, we have members of Congress now calling for a constitutional convention, like that they want to throw out the Constitution. They don't have the votes to
Oh.
do it, but
Yeah, I was
Is
gonna
it
ask about
back
that.
on the White House website again? Because it was off the White House website the day Trump got in office.
yeah,
The Constitution, I mean, they took it down.
not surprising.
By the way, can I share screen,
Yeah, go for it.
Joe?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's my name.
let me put it
I have
on.
share.
Let me put it on this and do it. That'll work better. Pew, 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 and then we go here. There we go.
See, that's the website.
Let me move us out of the way
If
here.
you
There we go.
if people want to see it, gonna go for it.com/Mike Pence.
Yeah.
So my favorite page is this one, Mother May I. See? Hold on,
Yeah.
let me enlarge that a little so you can see what it says. So, dear Mother, for many years I've slept in my comfortable pajamas. They zip from head to toe and are made of the softest red flannel. They were lovingly made for me on my 19th birthday by my dearly departed grandmother. Unfortunately, I've been suffering from some nightmare-induced cold sweats which have disintegrated the delicate fabric. I know my mother, wife, love snuggling up to me when I'm wearing these PJs. I have to say, I'll miss our nights of hot chocolate and Bible verse recitations in bed. Mother, may I buy a new pair of pajamas?
What
So
in the
it's
unholy fuck was
this
that?
is these are all letters from Mike Pence to his mother, wife. So
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
so if
Left-handed
people want
Jedi
to see it,
asked. Left-handed Jedi asked, "Do you think he'll arrest the Democrats?"
I would not put it past him.
I think that.
I
I
can
Guess
think
what
say
he.
Mike
he
Pence
does
ate.
have supporters to do it.
Yeah, I think he may try to go after Joe Biden, um,
Mm-hmm.
just because he said he would. But I mean, not yet. I don't think. As far as the other Democrats, I think he's still got to get some things in place and get the power that he's actually wanting, and then he may arrest other Democrats. He the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 that he invoked uh, for the immigration thing goes on to say that you can detain anyone that's speaking out against the government, and so Trump as president will decide who's doing that and what they deserve for it. And he's a it's possible, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fucking sick. That is sick.
So Joe, you live in the you live in Kentucky with all the maggots. So
Yeah.
Trump pardoned the January Sixers, which supposedly all were BLM and Antifa. So why did he pardon those people?
Well, the BLM and Antifa people were just that they were there and they did all the bad stuff, and the ones that are arrested were just tourists.
Wow.
Right.
That's the
And,
apologetic.
and two of the pardoned ones are already dead
Yeah, yeah.
after
They
after they got out.
when you pardon someone for fighting with cops, I mean, it gives them
Mm-hmm.
this idea that it's okay for them to go fight with cops, and they fucked
Yes.
around and found out, didn't they?
Yes,
What?
they did.
What?
They
Wait.
did.
I've missed something. What happened?
Yeah,
Well,
two of the guys who got pardoned, one had a car full of guns and decided to go after cops, and the other one was stopped for a traffic stop, I think it was, and decided to pull a gun on a cop. Yeah, and also didn't live to tell. So yeah, things
yeah,
are going great with the January Sixers.
yeah, some smart fellas there.
Yeah.
I mean,
I,
again, like the the fact that we can see the videos, right? We can see what happened on Jan. There's lots and lots of videos of January 6th. Um, Audio too. We know what the people were saying and doing and all those things. And uh, he these people, and not all of them to the same degree, but they broke into the Capitol building while they had a gallows built outside, looking for the vice president because they wanted to hang him, and then proceeded to rub shit all over the walls and desks of Democrats, steal things, break things. Of course, they had to shoot one person. Um, the these the folks that did this, like, it's makes a big statement that Trump's just like, oh, none of that matters, because you were fighting, the fight I told you to fight. this is what you get, and that's the narrative Trump is trying to spin by doing that. He's showing, if you're loyal to me, I'll take care of you, no matter what. And
Yeah, but I mean, it's so interesting because the narrative used to be that, oh no, Trump didn't have anything to do with it. Meanwhile, you're sitting there on the other side of the globe watching the fucker tell them to do it. And all of these Americans just, but no, he didn't. He wasn't there. He was on the moon eating steak and bunny rabbits. He wasn't there. And all of a sudden, there weren't any maggots there at all. Everyone was BLM and leftist. And now they're pardoned, and because they weren't BLM and Antifa and leftist, or what the fuck is going on in these people's heads? How are there? It's like their long-term, their short-term memory is non-existent. Their long-term memory is ashamed of everyone else's short-term memory, or to everyone else's short-term memory. There is shame. It's madness. Jester says 2 years is a long time under fascism. Yes, indeed, dear Jester.
yep, yeah, that's and I mean, we know what Trump did last time he was asked to relinquish power. He's got the power of both houses right now. Um, he's not going to let things just play out the way they play out.
No. No, you have to be extremely naive if you think that. I mean, not even I am that naive or uneducated.
Then everything went silent.
Silence.
Yeah, I started to think about things that I'm not sure if to say it and how. Not because yes, it's bad. Not because I proposed it. It's more of a. So people have been trying to get this guy twice.
If that wasn't staged,
Yeah,
I'm still thinking that it was staged.
I'm not exactly thinking it's staged. I'm thinking the possibility of it being staged is quite large. Maybe not the first, but the second. But nonetheless, I think, as we have seen in other cases where the action of one person inspires another. And I've actually been thinking maybe this Vance dude is actually hoping for that outcome. So from what I understand, when
They're
it
like
comes
the
to,
Sith. There can only be one.
right?
Yeah.
But from what I understand of American politics and government, if anything was going to happen to Trump, let's say he has a heart attack or there's an assassination that actually gets the job done, or he just walks into the fog and everyone realizes he cannot lead us anymore. He has gotten dementia or whatever the case is. Would that mean that Vance automatically becomes the president, or will there be a vote?
25th Amendment.
Meaning,
So there's a process whenever to say that you think the president has become incompetent or incapable of performing the job, and they can go in front of Congress and install the vice president as president if he's deemed incompetent. But we have a bigger problem because I think Trump already is that.
yeah.
And but how do you go about, like, Republicans aren't going to do anything to chance losing the power and things that they have. If they had to weekend to Bernie's Trump right now, they would do it. Like they Trump could go on TV and say anything. There's nothing. He could go on TV and drop the N word for 30 minutes straight, and they wouldn't blink an eye. They Trump cannot do anything wrong, and they need him because of his base to implement Project 2025.
So I take that as if something happens to him that makes it so that he cannot be the president for whatever reason, the vice president wouldn't automatically be the new president. There would be like an election, or how does that work?
Now, ask it one more time.
So
if Trump gets removed, I think Vance would be the next one in line.
Yeah. If Trump cannot fulfill the duties of president for any reason, JD Vance automatically takes that position as president, and the Speaker of the House is the next person in line.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that's
and they can't do that. They can't risk that because his fan base would go berserk.
Yeah, they're not going to support JD Vance the way they support Trump.
No.
Most of them don't like JD Vance.
No. And they voted for Trump. They want to see Trump as their president. And if Trump is deemed unfit by other people,
sure, but
you got a civil war. You got a civil war on your hands.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The people who follow him all have guns.
Sure, but what happens if he dies? Then
JD Vance automatically takes over.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we'll have a conspiracy theory that he was murdered.
We have a whole line. So in the United States, there's a whole line of succession, and there's actually like members of Congress that like when the State of the Union speech goes on and stuff, there's members of Congress that won't stay at the Capitol because they have to protect the line of succession for that. So they can't all be in the same place at the same time. No matter what it goes, and I'm not positive about after Speaker of the House, but President, Vice President, Speaker of the House, and then I think it goes to whoever the majority holder is in the Senate. I don't know after that, but they've got it's a whole line of people, and then it can go to cabinet member, all kinds of shit. But in fact, I think there's a Democrat somewhere in the line but they have a whole line of things for that and a whole plan if that happens, because they always want to have that. We can't not have somebody, and in fact, they have people like, so they thought there was going to be some problems with the election, and they weren't going to let Trump be seated as president, because even though he won the election and he's appointed and all that, they were talking about, because he was an insurrectionist and all those things, they didn't have to seat him as president. And he would have the title or whatever, but they would never give him the job. I don't know how they thought that was going to work, but that was the thing they talked about. But there's no matter what happens, there has to be somebody to take over the government. So at all time, like when
Yep.
the president travels, he travels with there's people that are prepared to give the oath to JD Vance on the spot. Um,
Okay.
yes, I've been going for 4 hours, not 3 hours. Uh, the they are always prepared to do that. Like I don't know how familiar you are with John F. Kennedy, but when Kennedy was assassinated,
Yeah.
they within the hour they were swearing in Lyndon Johnson on Air Force One.
Yeah. Yeah. He
Uh,
was sworn in on the plane.
Right.
um,
That's true. I remember that. Yeah.
Jackie Kennedy was standing next to Lyndon Johnson with blood all over her clothes because he had
Yeah.
to be sworn in right then. Um,
Yeah.
it's all right. That's one of the things they're very very sensitive about. They won't let them be in the same place at the same time, and like during certain functions, they even like have to be in protected places and stuff. It's the line of succession for the presidency is something they take very very seriously.
Hmm.
It's so if you see the difference between countries, so if you see the president of the United States has to travel in a bulletproof car, which is basically a tank on wheels. They have
Yeah.
to have Secret Service everywhere. The Dutch Prime Minister goes to work on his bicycle.
So here's
Just
the order of succession right now. We have Trump, and then it would be Vice President J.D. Vance, then Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, then President Pro Temp Chuck Grassley, and then Secretary of State Marco Rubio. That's the order of succession for the presidency,
Hmm.
and it goes on for 14 more rows.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, like I said, this is all very already worked out.
yeah,
Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Defense, Attorney General, Secretary of the Interior, Secretary of Agriculture, Commerce, Labor. There's, it goes all the way down. Homeland Security is down there. So they there's a whole line of awful people to do the job.
Wonderful.
One fanatic after another.
Yeah.
it's a whole line of people waiting, hoping Trump dies.
Hmm.
Yeah. I don't know why they put the cabinet members in that particular order, but it's a very strict thing. It's because see the president, while Donald Trump is the president and the Secret Service protects the president, but not the person, not always the person. They protect the office, the seat of the presidency.
All
So
right.
whenever Donald Trump goes to an event, he's not in charge. The Secret Service is. Uh, that's why he didn't end up at the Capitol on January 6th, because they would not let him go. Um, they're sworn to protect the office of the presidency, and there's people sworn to protect that line of succession to the presidency.
Interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
to me, it's almost your
Royal
system.
family like.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
it's very, very royalistic, with the exception that the king is only king for a maximum of 8 years.
Well, they all change. Yeah, they can all change at any moment.
Yeah, but I mean that's how it was in Europe in the Middle Ages and uh,
Yeah,
up on up onto the
that's my
Second
biggest
Industrial
criticism.
Revolution. Hmm.
It's my biggest criticism of the United States that one guy has far too much power.
Yeah,
Well, it wasn't designed to be that way. The so the idea is that we had a balance of powers, and that those didn't cross. Um, the president, he was head of the executive branch, with the commander in chief of the military, and all those things. But um, well, he was technically only commander in chief during wartime. But the uh, the way that it was set up to be was that Congress passes the laws, and the judicial branch interprets those laws through the Constitution, whether they're constitutional or not, and the executive branch enforces those laws. And no no branch could overstep the other. You had to have all three of those work together in order for anything to become a law. But then we got into executive orders, and um, they whenever Nixon declared war on drugs, that kind of fogged up. Like, you could declare war because it was an actual declaration of war, but it was on a non-tangible and intangible object, right? So
yeah.
the war
Hmm.
on terror, it's
Mhm.
they're they started doing all these things, and you go back to George Bush passed the Patriot Act, because after 9/11, and you see the presidency getting these powers that it didn't have before.
Yeah,
And
They left the most important one out, Joe.
what's up?
The war on Christmas.
Oh, the war on Christmas. Yeah, yeah, forgot about that.
Sorry. Sorry, Het.
The
I
I'm
mean,
surprised they
it's a,
haven't. I'm surprised they haven't
it's a.
announced a war on woke.
it's
The
coming.
Oh, just give him time, Joe. Give
I
him
Mhm.
time.
I probably just gave them an idea. Um,
Yeah,
the
they may want to delete this show after we're done because
yeah,
if they're listening,
but they it was made though to all work together, and there's a process, right? Like, the House of Representatives was supposed to be the floor where they debate all these things, because they've got all these representatives from all the different parts, so everyone was represented, and they were supposed to debate these laws on the floor, and it was the fiery debate place. And then the Senate was the cooling saucer, is what they called it, for that, where they then looked over those laws and decided whether they were going to vote to pass them, and they would pass the laws. The judicial branch would look at those laws and interpret them through the lens of our Constitution, and then the executive branch enforces those laws, and that was the balance of power. Um, but all of that shifted, over time. Of course, it did, right?
Yeah,
So, and then the big thing that happened is our Supreme Court during this election declared that Trump couldn't be held accountable for violating the law if it was in doing official duties of the president. But
yeah.
that's so vague, that what does that
yeah.
mean? You
Hmm.
know?
Hmm.
So it
You
essentially
can
gave
make
the president
you can
king
make that
power.
mean whatever you want.
Yeah. The one of the big things in the United States is that no man is above the law. That's like that's the foundation of our legal system. No man is above the law. And
E-
that's not
Except
true
the one who's
anymore.
president now. Yeah,
Yeah.
except the one who's president now.
Yeah. So there's been this big shift in power, and unfortunately, because Republicans have now took over the judiciary and the Senate and the House and the executive, um, and they all are loyal to Donald Trump, means that they'll let him do whatever he wants. It doesn't matter. Laws, Constitution, that they don't care anymore. Lindsey Graham was asked on TV the other day about Trump firing the inspector general illegally, because there's a process. He has to have a good reason to do it, and he has to give them 30 days, and Congress does it. The president orders it, and Congress, he gives it to Congress. And that's the balance of power. That way the president can't just take people out and put loyalists in. But he did, and Lindsey Graham on TV the other day said, well, Trump's got to do that. They always change people and put their people in and stuff. But yeah, they do it by that process because it withholds the balance of power. Letting Trump just break the law and do what he wants makes that obsolete because he can't be held accountable for it. So it's a fucked up situation, and it's a mess. There's the letter of the law, and then there's like the color of law is a different thing, but there's like the spirit of the law, of what it means. And at some point they said, fuck that, we're going to interpret it to whatever we're going to, whatever way makes it best for us is how we're going to interpret it. And yeah, but that's 4 hours, guys. I think I think we covered the 20 assholes next in order for the White House.
Four hours.
Next time, Joe, you need to pick a less depressing topic to talk about, because
Yeah, but it wasn't him though. I think it was my fault.
No, I mean, we started talking about politics with AJ, and
That's true.
we talked about a number of things. Shit, we talked about duct tape, and
True.
and if your shed used to be a truck, and all them things. So
fancy
That's true.
screwdrivers. I bet there wasn't a one show about fancy screwdrivers in the entire atheist community for the past 2 years, at least.
I imagine I have a lot of shows that haven't been done in the atheist community.
No, but it was good. I really needed to just vent a bit and
just
shoot the ball.
Just stay tuned real quick and listen to my outro song, and you'll understand why I do what I do, okay?
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to